Fires from deep. It's out of bounds. Last touch by O'Neal.
Substitutions for the away team. Number 6, Kenyon Martin.
Pass to Olajuwon. Lock at 6. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Olajuwon. That one drops for him.
And that's just too deep. Olajuwon with way too many moves in there. Almost automatic.
And George, here we go. Off target at the rim. To the paint. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Adams. On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. Shoots over Gilgeous-Alexander. That one's rebounded by Embiid. O'Neal at the elbow. Pass to Embiid. A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. And Hakeem Olajuwon pulls it down. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And watch out for SGA going to the basket. He will put it on your head if you're not watching.
On the wing, Irving. Gilgeous-Alexander with the steal. That's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That is his first foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Just about 2 minutes into the game, first quarter of basketball. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That'll be his second foul of the game.
A great athlete and an even better human being. It's easy to love Julius Erving. What he brings to this team and also what he brings to the community.
First one falls for him. And so Irving nails both of them.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. You very rarely see a miss.
Here's Jordan driving in. Pass to Starks. 6 to shoot. George with the steal. And Irving with a clear path to the hoop. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. And that makes it a tie ball game.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Substitution for the away team.
And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. And it's blocked by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And great read there by SGA. Knew the shot was coming and just trusted his instincts.
Three-pointer. And he's good on the three ball.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Jordan looking around. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
How about dueling from long range, just going at each other?
Take that, he says. I see your three, and I'll raise you another three.
He gets that one.
The strength of O'Neal is otherworldly.
And they double up Jordan. To the middle. Here's Suggs.
Puts the D in a tough spot when you have a point guard who can throw it down.
He really does, GA. He really does put pressure on him.
Yeah, hard to strategize for a guy who can make a pass or a play like this right in your face.
Now Starks. After Julius Erving's three-pointer that didn't go. 3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Adams' shot is off. O'Neal at the elbow. And a wide open look for Irving. That's in, coming off the assist from O'Neal.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one so far. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And from Brooklyn guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
It leads to some easy buckets, and I think it's given them control of the pace in this one.
Outside Hardaway. Latrey. Offensive rebound. Three-pointer. Drains it from beyond the arc. Hardaway's got the lead up to 5 now for Brooklyn.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a 3 each time.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
Now, here's Walton. Nothing on the board. Duncan outside. Outside Thomas. All sorts of time. Back to Hardaway. Shot clock at 6. Over Suggs. Here's Gilmore. Well, it was only a matter of time, but they finally get the bucket.
Yeah, sometimes he comes off as maybe being laid back, but Gilmore is a fierce competitor in the post, and it comes out in his rebounding more than anywhere else. And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
They grabbed their own miss. Hardaway, that's a 2-pointer. No good with the wing jumper.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
Yeah, straight up, guys. Like, he's ice cold, like freezing. What's colder than cold? But you don't have to shoot it, my guy. It's okay to pass the ball.
Quarter number 2. We're about 2 minutes in. That one a tad offline to the right, but drops in for him. Gilgeous-Alexander's got his second basket of the game. Pass to Edwards. And stolen by Jordan. And finished off by Martin.
And this is Martin at his best, getting that deep position and putting on the hard hack there and attacking the rim.
Now here's Hardaway. This one for 3. And it's Hardaway again missing. And here's Jordan outside. That shot is no good. And he's 1 for 3 from the floor. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far.
Substitutions on the court.
We're just over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Right side Hardaway. The shot comes out.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
And it's Olajuwon with the jam.
And you can see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
And Jordan gets it to go.
There's a ferocity and intensity to Jordan, but he also has the finesse and skill.
Thomas, that's good.
Well, you like guys who can work that in-between area, really keeps the defense honest.
And when we talk about the numbers, the analytics for great shooters like him, pretty much any shot is a good shot.
And you know what? You allow a guy to get right to the rim like that, that's your only option.
And he knocks down the first one.
The drive, the willpower of Michael Jordan is on a completely different level. He is competing every second he is on the floor and always looking for any way he can beat.
Brooklyn trailing. Here's Thomas.
Substitutions for the Oklahoma team. Number 6, Kenyon Martin.
23 seconds left in the second quarter. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Good on the three-point shot. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 5 points now this quarter.
And you can see that backcourt just setting the tone for the entire team.
Hardaway. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. For Brooklyn, they have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
Penny Hardaway at the line 2 times.
That free throw good from Hardaway. Hardaway hits them both. 5 seconds left now here in the second. He got it up. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. Leading by 3. We'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. Brooklyn trails by 3. Pass to Thomas. To the hoop. Adams, some nice D. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Now Walton, defended by George. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. The shot's good. Olajuwon's got 6.
Such a graceful player. Hakeem is light off the ground there for that rebound, and then the skill to send that one home. It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
Yeah, taking him right to the rim. One imagines that might be discussed at halftime. That's going to be on the film.
Softly drops in the floater. 9 points in the game so far.
Oh, silky smooth shot there by Gilgeous-Alexander. He knew the floater was the right move to beat the defense.
2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. This is his first free throw of the game.
At the line for your home team, George Mikan. Stepping to the line with 2 shots.
The first one falls.
There's little the 6'10 George Mikan doesn't do on the floor. He does lots of scoring. He hauls in rebounds. Everything you could ask of a big man.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got 9. Kicks it out to Jordan. Olajuwon. Left side, Adams. No good from outside.
Yeah, that's a shame because I'm not sure the defense will let him get a shot that good again very soon.
And he hits it and gets hacked on the play. A three-point possibility if he can convert the free throw.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grind-it-out game.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. Brooklyn trails by 7. Shot on the wing. Yep, it counts. George has got his first points of the game.
That may be not the highest percentage of looks right there, but look, you can't argue with results.
And that's going to be too many steps. Gets the whistle on the travel. And so it's Pippen with it. He brings it up for Brooklyn. Floats one up. The shot misses. Good D by Jordan. Pass to Adams. It's rebounded by Mikan. Here's Roy. That's out of bounds. Brooklyn will retain possession.
Without a doubt, one of the most versatile shot blockers in the game. Olajuwon does it in the painted area as well as along the perimeter.
Left side, Martin. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Olajuwon.
Second personal foul. Team seconds.
We've got 1:18 left in the third quarter. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander drains the three, and yes, he'll go to the line for one more. Tim Duncan picks one up. Roy goes in.
Once Roy takes that first step, the defense knows trouble is on the way, and then he's just able to slice right through them.
It's his first trip to the line.
First personal foul. Third team foul.
That's good from Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander hits them both.
Nearly automatic. Gilgeous-Alexander, no slouch from the line.
Pass to Mikan. There's the triple. Tim Duncan with the rebound.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Play with it. And it's Martin picking him up. And Brandon Roy, good for 3. Roy's got 5 points in the quarter.
They trust Roy at the arc because he's pretty selective. He takes the shots he believes he can make.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 5 to shoot. Shoots from the high post. And basket number 6 to his stat sheet. He's now 6 for 10.
And this is SGA's role. He's out here to score and score often.
Outside, George. And again, Brooklyn with the triple. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Shoots over Pippen. The third quarter comes to a close. Up by 4. And coming up as soon as we return from break, the fourth quarter gets underway. And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the fourth quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. Here's Suggs. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim.
And because it's so easy for him to get to the cup, Suggs doesn't shoot a ton of mid-range jumpers, but he has it in his arsenal.
Down low. Here's Olajuwon. Takes a 3 on the basket by Starks. Starks has got himself on the board with 3 there.
One thing about Starks, he is extremely confident on both ends.
And on the way from Irving for three. Outside for Thomas. Sinks the three-pointer.
The way he can elevate over a defender from deep, very tough to contain outside the arc.
Here's Jordan. That shot off the mark. Good D by Thomas. And on the way from Irving for three, here's O'Neal. And he banks in the layup.
It's a tall challenge trying to contain Shaq, especially when he's operating close to the basket.
Now, here's Suggs. Shoots over Gilgeous-Alexander. That one's rebounded by Embiid. Brooklyn trails by 4. Thomas, good.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Yeah, it's clear why they go to him in these moments. They know he's going to deliver for him.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jalen Suggs. That is his first foul of the game. Second minute off the clock now in the fourth. Here's Irving. Up again. It's good on the putback. Shaq's got the game tied up here for Brooklyn.
And after all that time, finally, they've been able to tie it up here in the fourth quarter. What a comeback and what a finish we have in store.
And even when time was starting to run short, there was no panic. They kept their focus and went about their business.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander.
Been fantastic at playing within himself on defense. Gilgeous-Alexander using his length well there to contest without foul.
Good instincts to read the path and get in the position to pick it off.
On its way from Irving for two. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Screen by Adams. It's Gilgeous-Alexander with the drive. Kicks it out to Olajuwon. And here is Jordan. Just 4 to shoot. It counts.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
And on the way from Irving for three. Frames it from downtown.
Ice. He has absolute ice in his veins. This guy, he lives for these moments.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Stolen by O'Neal. Irving drives in.
And one of the league's most effective shot blockers from that guard position. Jordan can do it in help defense or on the ball.
There's 31 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one.
And what a shot from Gilgeous-Alexander. This guy isn't afraid of the moment. Wow.
With the step back. Pass to Olajuwon. Gilgeous-Alexander looking around. Back to Olajuwon.
The timing on the rejection and Embiid's feel for when to go after blocks is ridiculous.
When they foul intentionally, they're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet. 9 seconds left in the fourth quarter. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Nailed from three-point land. And here's a timeout now from Coach Rudy Tomjanovich. Here's what's your take?
And I don't think they'll be able to climb out of this hole.
And I'm sure Coach is encouraging them to play to the final whistle. Then they can get out of here.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. And so it's Brooklyn with the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans. But in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum was shifted, and especially early on. But let's give this group
The NBA on 2K Sports welcomes you to Wednesday afternoon basketball. This is Kevin Harlan courtside with Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, and our reporter tonight on the sideline, David Aldridge. So Brooklyn will get the first possession. Here's Irving. Shaq down low. Misses the layup.
Yeah, he just flat out tricked that one, missed it, and has no one to blame but himself.
And it's Leonard missing.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time. Well, he could have earned some style points there, but he really doesn't need to use the fadeaway when he's that wide open.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels him.
And he gets it to go.
Totally dialed in. Leonard makes quick work from that mid-range.
George with no one around. Off target with the open look.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
Levine for three. Julius Irving comes up with the rebound. And it's Irving with the ball for Brooklyn. Here's Shaq. No good that time. Duncan with some nice D. Levine for three. After two misses to start the game, he's on the board with that shot made.
A solid threat from deep. I like when Levine is looking to let it fly from there.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilmore grabs the miss.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the three.
Nothing like watching Weber go right up with it. Like how he doesn't waste any time. No wasted motion, no wasted effort.
Okay, two hands for safety. That's what they say, right?
That's right. He was ultra safe with that dunk, no question.
And he should be. I mean, remove all doubt. Get it down hard and simple.
1:41 left to play in the first. Outside Irving. A three ball. No good that time.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
It's good. Levine's got 8 points.
And you can see Levine's potential as a primary scorer because of how easy he can make it look inside.
The kick out to Irving. .102 left to play in the first quarter. Shot clock at 5. This one for three. Another miss by Irving.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the three ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against him.
Now here's Duncan. A three. That falls. Nice feed that time from Leonard.
And they are starting to pull away here as the shots continue to fall.
Yeah, I agree with you. A big run taking place right now, and it looks to be the beginning of the end.
Here's Irving. And he drives in. It's blocked.
Respect the reach of Gilmore because it's extensive. Makes blocking shots look really easy.
It's stolen by Duncan. Here's the break. Excellent D there from George. On its way from Irving for two. Another miss by Irving.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
And as the first quarter wraps up, already a double-digit lead. The Magic up by 11.
4.
And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. Guys, what's your take on the home team so far?
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
Outside, Levine. Again, Levine missing. Brooklyn trails by 11. Duncan right side. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
A tremendous scorer with the ball in his hands. Duncan, just too much for the D to handle.
Brooklyn shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. And so Duncan nails them both.
Making it look effortless. Send this guy to the stripe. He's going to cash in more than not.
Giddey, no one around him. Traps in the tray.
Unwilling to let up, even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
5 to shoot. Here's Edwards. Here's Duncan. Tough break there, shot after shot. They couldn't get anything to fall. Deep 2 from Stojakovic. Brooklyn with the rebound. Out to Smith. And the foul called on Edwards. That is his first foul of the game. Second quarter, and we're just over a minute in. Smith for 3. It's hauled in by Edwards. And so Edwards will bring it up for Brooklyn. A 12-point game. And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
And then Thomas with the jam.
Capable of finding his open guys. Edwards getting better at improving his overall floor awareness. Nice to see.
Hit his foot. And the ref saying he kicked it. Davis surveying the floor. Knocked away. Brooklyn trails by 10. Here's Mikan. That's good. That's Thomas picking up the assist. Mikan's got his first basket.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Here's Giddey. And the rejection by Pippen.
This is what Pippen is known for, a long, athletic, and exceptional, versatile defender.
Giddey with it. 6 on the shot clock. And he uses both hands to jam it in.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat.
Now's the time to do it. Keep attacking that rim.
It's Pippen on the way. Scoreless thus far. Over Giddey. Pippen, no luck. Smith left side. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second team foul.
Pass to Stojakovic. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. 59 seconds left in the first half. For 3, Edwards. Edwards with confidence.
Well, that's an extremely hard shot to defend if Edwards can master the pull-up. Watch out now. It would be a real weapon for him.
Sweet move. And it's Giddey laying it in. Giddey's got 7 points.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Stolen by Stojakovic. And here is Davis. Still scoreless. Jokic trying to free himself up. And Davis can't get it to go. Brooklyn trails by 11. Driving inside.
Get out of his way.
No way the D was going to slow him down.
Not that time. He was determined to get those points.
And Giddey gets it to go. Here's Pippen. Lets it go with a 3. No good on the last second attempt there. The clock runs out, and we're heading to halftime. The Magic up by 11. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter. Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Levine into the lane, and Levine throws it down.
Levine showing you great speed down the lane. He really accelerates. It's hard to stay in front of him if he's your assignment.
Here's Roy. The quick look, no good that time. Now here's Granger. To Leonard. Pocket 6. Shot from the wing. Chalk up 2 there.
Well, the pick gives Leonard some space, and he wisely calls his own number.
Outside Hardaway. From past the arc. Gilmore grabs the miss.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
Oh, and the jam by Duncan.
Tim Duncan dominating with that throwdown. Way to go, big fella.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
Hardaway for 3. Good on the triple. Hardaway has got his first 3 points of the game.
And I don't care how far from the bucket he is. You've got to have a man on him. He's just too good from deep.
And guys, when Levine gets it going, he's as exciting a player as there is. Just his combination of style and athleticism.
Here's Hardaway. No good from 11 feet. Levine feeling it out a bit. Out to Duncan. And there's the call on Joel Embiid. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
There's 1:59 left to play in the third. Embiid knocks it loose.
Embiid stiff-arming that shot with authority. No mercy.
Rebound, Kawhi Leonard. Clark, we know what a great player Joel Embiid is. He was the 2023 MVP, and he was on that same road until he got injured last season.
Unfortunate to see the big fella Embiid deal with the injuries that he has throughout his career, even going back to his 1 year in college. It's unfortunate, but that has hampered what is a special, special talent in Embiid.
First team foul.
Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Spins. Roy, that's a 2-pointer. Takes a big high bounce and goes in.
Oof, that is a tough shot.
On the wing, Levine. 12 points for him. Driving in. And the cheater by Levine.
And bringing the fight there. Levine, fearless. Creating contact for the potential +1.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. Here's Hardaway. Here's Gilmore. That drops and it comes off the assist from Hardaway.
One of the reasons they're behind is because we haven't seen enough of that. He needs to become a bigger part of the offense.
Out to Duncan. Rebound, Brooklyn.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Brooklyn shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night. The first one falls.
And you have to appreciate the work ethic that Roy has. A true gym rat. And this guy just wants to get better.
A little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now here in the third. Right side, Levine. To the right side. Granger outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Out to Duncan. There's the triple. Good on the three-point shot. Duncan's got 8 points.
It's rare that you see this from Duncan, so you know he had to really like the shot.
Here's George. Lays it up off the glass.
That's a nice play there. Not going to miss many from there.
Well, through 3/4 of play, down double digits, it may be difficult to overcome. The Orlando Magic. They lead by 14. And time to step aside quickly, but we'll be back in no time with the start of the fourth quarter. And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Over Giddey. And it's blocked. That's out of bounds. Brooklyn will retain possession. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. It's rebounded by Giddey. It's Ingram on the wing. And out of bounds as Brooklyn gains possession. Brooklyn trails by 14. Gilgeous-Alexander deciding where to go with it. Fires the 3. Sinks the triple. Gilgeous-Alexander's got the fourth quarter going with the first basket of the period here for Brooklyn. And that one goes out of bounds. Nice touch by Gilgeous-Alexander. Brooklyn on defense. Ingram outside.
How about the young swing man Ingram? So good at using that size down low to draw contact.
And the first one at the line is good. Both free throws good for Ingram.
Well, he's certainly been on target with the free throws. Such an advantage when your bigs can knock them down from the line.
Here's Irving. Nails it from the high post.
So many different ways he can attack you. He can pull up from the mid-range like he does here. The doctor is in the house, folks.
Giddey with it. Guarded now by Irving. Here's Ingram. With the drive. And slam dunk by Ingram.
The second overall pick in 2016. Ingram's a special talent at 6'8". He can do anything offensively.
Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Outside Thomas. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Shaq. Thomas surveying the D. Right side Irving. Fires for three. And again, Brooklyn with the triple.
How about Irving stretching out the defense, making the most of a rare trip behind the arc.
Here's O'Neal. And the dunk by O'Neal.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic dunk.
Well, turning defense to offense, we talk about it all the time. Try to hit your opponent at the other end before they can set up the defense.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, I was able to listen in on what Mike D'Antoni was talking about with his team. He said, hey, we're still in this thing. We just have to trust each other out there. Be aggressive, stay together, and play as a team. We're coming back and winning this one. Pretty confident words, Kevin.
Thank you, David. Leonard attacking. Outside, Davis. With the clock winding down. And it's Davis finishing it off.
Using that length, Davis turning a miss into a make. Bonus points for his team.
And on the way from Irving for three, Zion Williamson grabs the miss. .104 left to play here in the fourth. And finished off by Williamson.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
First free throw is good.
At the line for the away team.
And both free throws good for Pippen. There's 53 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Leonard looking around. Williamson outside. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot two free throws.
And you have to admire how hard Zion plays. It makes defenders nervous and forces them to overcommit.
That misses, so he splits the free throws.
Well, he got the important one to go. Their lead should be safe now.
Guys, you've got to think a basket here would seal it.
No question. That would be all she wrote.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Nobody near Leonard. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
So the home crowd happy here as they get the victory. Some good competition, but the hometown advantage and their ability to stay focused, I think, made the difference.
Yeah, and the first step to becoming a good...
The NBA on 2K Sports welcomes you to Wednesday afternoon basketball. I'm Kevin Harlan with Greg Anthony and Richard Jefferson alongside. David Aldridge is with us from the floor tonight. So Brooklyn will get the first possession. Left side, George. The three. It's hauled in by Los Angeles.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Pass to Howard. And Shaq pulls it down. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Wilkins picks him up. The shot's good from Gilgeous-Alexander.
On a dime. Shea got right where he wanted for that shot.
Pass to Howard. Williamson looking it over. Embiid with the steal. And now the fast break. Embiid with the ball. No good with the triple.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them.
Pass to Ginobili from outside the arc. And Irving pulls it down. And it's Irving with the ball for Brooklyn. Just around a minute and a half into the first quarter. What a terrific move that was.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Thompson for the triple. And that's a foul called on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul.
First team.
And Ginobili wide open. He shoots. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson.
How about that lefty stroke there from Ginobili? It is a thing of beauty. He is dialed in from deep.
They get it again. On the wing, Irving. Down to 5 on the shot clock. From the arc. Pass to Embiid. The kick out to Irving. Back to Embiid. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. And finished off by O'Neal.
The strength of O'Neal, it is otherworldly.
Williamson outside. Ginobili looking around. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
You can tell Dominique Wilkins just has that extra edge to his game. He's always hunting down his next bucket and willing to fight to get it.
And Los Angeles will go for a different look here. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see him miss.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Takes a 3. And it's Malone with the rebound. To the paint. Here's Duncan. The kick out to Hill. Wilkins outside. Driving the
Nice finish.
How about the high-flying acrobatics by Wilkins on that? Yeah, they call it the human highlight film.
Lets it go from the wing. Here's Barrett. Rebound, Brooklyn. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
A great athlete and an even better human being. It's easy to love Julius Erving. What he brings to this team and also what he brings to the community.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. It's rebounded by Malone. And here's Tatum for 3. Buries the long-range jumper. Right side, Irving. Over Tatum. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Los Angeles on top. They lead by 3. And the second quarter will get underway just after this short break. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And taking a look at Los Angeles' performance here, what have they been doing or not doing?
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
Making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
Los Angeles leading by 3. Pass to Barrett. Back to Tatum. Over Thomas. And that one hits back iron.
How about that hard-nosed D in the paint right there? Nice job.
Yeah, he's got great position, and it makes it a really tough shot, even from such close range.
And how about the athleticism from Edwards, rocketing off the drive there for the slam.
Pass to Duncan. Down low. Gilmore. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Just outstanding distribution. This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see.
Here's Tatum. And that one goes long. And Brooklyn has possession. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter.
And you watch Jason Tatum, year to year, he is a model of consistency across the board. The numbers are pretty similar, and the effort never wanes.
To the inside, and Edwards with the stop.
Flying high, Anthony Edwards, ladies and gents, cleared for takeoff.
Los Angeles calls timeout. Los Angeles trails by 3. And Wall with the slam.
And to say Wall's explosive at the rim doesn't do him justice. I mean, this guy is a freak of nature.
Now here's Pippen. Still yet to score.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
For 3, Edwards. Malone with the block.
How about the quicks there by Malone to get up and deter that shot, utilizing that size and reach for the rejection.
Now here's Edwards. And out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Here's Wall. Out to Barrett. Hits the three-point bomb.
And, well, like a lot of young players, Barrett's working hard to become proficient from range.
Edwards can't hit.
Outstanding work to send him away. They sniffed that one out.
The kick out to Wall. And Wall slams it home.
You can tell he put a lot of practice into that one. Wall's always ready to break out something slick if he's got the time and space.
Now here's Edwards. Here's Duncan. And the dunk by Duncan.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Malone left side. And that comes off the assist by John Wall.
And I like the decision-making. He's taking what the defense is willing to give him.
Yeah, if they aren't going to take away his space from mid-range, look, he's going to continue to shoot it.
2 points. That one goes.
Not the shot I expected him to take or make, but hey, look, joke's on me. He hit it.
The three from Tatum. It's Barrett on the wing. Clock at 6. Back to Tatum. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Thomas. It's blocked.
This has to energize Barrett. He needs to keep bringing this type of intensity to the defensive end.
And so it's Pippen with it. He brings it up for Brooklyn. Trailing by 2. From past the arc. Out to Edwards. Over to Wall. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Los Angeles leads by only 2. We've got more in store for you right after this. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Here's Los Angeles now. The lead is 2. Jacks up a 3. Ginobili misses. O'Neal looking around. That ball's nice feed that time from George. O'Neal's got it all tied up now for Brooklyn.
It's a tall challenge trying to contain Shaq, especially when he's operating close to the basket.
And the dunk by Williamson.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. And it's sent back by Howard.
And Howard takes his shot blocking very seriously. Skying up and sending him back was his impressive vertical.
Boy with it. Picked up by Ginobili. Nice move. And he can't bank that one in. Thompson for the triple. Rebound, Brooklyn. The 3 from George. And the rebound goes to Howard. And here's Los Angeles. A 2-point game. Yes! And the foul. That's on Shaq.
Not easy to wrap up Howard, one of the strongest players in the league.
Los Angeles shooting their 3rd free throw attempt of the game. And Brooklyn has possession. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Right side, George. And he overdid it there. Too much force, it looked like, on the foul, and he's called for the flagrant.
Boy, a very hard foul that time, and the officials had to slap him with the flagrant. I mean, you can't let him get away with that kind of contact.
Yeah, gee, that's an easy call for the officials to make when there's that much contact. The league is really cracking down on those sort of plays.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Inside. Back to Shaq. They had a number of cracks at it, but came away empty-handed. Ginobili outside. To the middle. Here's Howard. Crafty move. That falls. Nice feed that time for Manu Ginobili. Howard's got the lead up to 5 now for Los Angeles. Pass to O'Neal. That's out of bounds. Brooklyn will retain possession.
And he made the right read on that play, but just couldn't secure the steal.
And deflections, they're a stat that all teams track. They show who is the most active defensively.
Kept alive. Here's Mikan. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That's on Dwight Howard.
There's little the 6'10" George Mikan doesn't do on the floor. He does lots of scoring. He hauls in rebounds. Everything you could ask of a big man.
And the first one at the line is good. And he makes both free throws.
Some big guys struggle at the line, not him. He's put in the work to defy that assumption.
It's Ginobili on the wing. That 3 off the mark. Brooklyn trails by 3. From deep, George. And again, no good by Brooklyn.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Kicks it out to Williamson. Back to Howard. Rebound, Brooklyn. And now we're 3 minutes into the third quarter of play. For Brooklyn, they had yet missed a free throw. 5 for 5.
At the line for your home team, Brendan Roy. Stepping the line with the 2.
And that one falls for Roy.
And you have to appreciate the work ethic that Roy has. A true gym rat. And this guy just wants to get better.
And both free throws good for Roy. 1:06 left here in the third quarter. Outside Tatum. The 3 is drilled by Tatum.
Every time Tatum finds his shot, he'll take it. He loves to fill it up from range.
Pippen outside. There's the screen. He takes it in. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It goes on Moses Malone. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
What doesn't Scottie Pippen do? A very polished defender who can also rain buckets down from wherever. Whenever Scottie's on the floor, he is making trouble for you.
After Malone. And the call will be against Scottie Pippen. That is his first foul of the game.
And you can see he just didn't get squared up with his feet.
Here's Barrett. Now Tatum. 6 on the shot clock. Thomas grabs the rebound. Stolen by Tatum. Pass to Duncan. Stolen by Duncan. Fast break. Here they come.
And talk about putting some extra on it. That dunk was way over the top.
Close game or not, he's going to finish firm when he gets the space. And we wrap up the third and looking to be an exciting fourth quarter. And we're just moments away from the start of the fourth quarter. Stay with us. And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Brooklyn with the ball. Right side, Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Irving. Pass to Embiid. Five to shoot to take the lead. It's rebounded by Barrett. kick out to Tatum. Good on the triple.
What's special about him is he is a natural leader and an active scorer. When Tatum is firing off the catch, you know he's feeling it.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Irving. A three-pointer is right on target. Irving's got the game tied up here for Brooklyn.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And then Malone with the dunk.
Love a big man who can pass. Great instincts. Duncan finds the open man there for the bucket.
On the wing, Irving. Over Barrett. A terrific move by Irving to score. Irving's got 5 points now this quarter.
ICE, ice. He has absolute ice in his veins. This guy, he lives for these moments.
The kick out to Tatum. Shot clock at 6. And it's blocked by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And great read there by SGA. Knew the shot was coming and just trusted his instincts.
Defensively, you can't back off him that much. You don't want to give up easy threes at this stage of the game.
Now here's Wall. The shot by Duncan, nobody around. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Greg, everything they're doing is working right now.
Good run they have going right now. The momentum is huge.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Brooklyn needs to get off a shot here. Shaq can't get it to go.
Tough to hit that shot when the D is all over you like that.
Irving with it. Picked up by Barrett. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Nice work to get it inside and draw contact.
And an important part of every team's game. We'll look at the hustle stats for Brooklyn.
They've been defending with excellent anticipation all game long. Just look at how many times they've managed to get their hands on the ball.
And also, guys, they pushed the ball and been able to score in transition, trying to take advantage of playing in the open floor as often as possible.
And Los Angeles calling timeout. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Well, I had a chance to find out what Los Angeles' coach was going over with his guys. Now, Coach was still pretty positive. He told his guys a handful of shots completely changes this game. Just a few good minutes, and we're right there. Back to you guys.
Thanks, David.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
Picked him clean. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Mikan. Deflects the pass. Williamson with it. Picked up by Edwards. Brooklyn with the ball. Big stretch here going 10-2. And now we've got the intentional foul.
2 seconds.
He drops the first one, and that increases their lead to 6.
And talented in so many ways. Edwards is focusing on 2 things: the refining of his shot mechanics and the sustained level of engagement.
Taking full advantage of his opportunities at the line to extend their lead. And that's when they say you can't teach tall. This is where size helps you, owning those rebounds on the defensive end.
Howard wide open. Knocks down the trifecta.
This is that modern big man play. Tall guys who are comfortable draining shots from deep.
And an intentional foul there stops the clock.
Honestly, just doing what they have to in order to get the basketball back.
Your home team, Anthony Edwards.
Second one is good. Getting both at the line, and it's a 6-point ball game.
Making no mistakes and putting some extra nails in the coffin right here. That pretty much did it.
Los Angeles calls timeout. 8 seconds left in the game. And what's their best move at this point?
There's still a sliver of hope.
We've seen teams come back from this before. Smart to take the timeout and get everybody focused on exactly what needs to be done.
It's Ginobili outside. And so the ball's out of bounds. Ginobili touched it last. And so it's Brooklyn with the win. Probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, but I really got a sense that the fans gave them that emotional boost that was needed down the stretch.
It's time for the NBA, live on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan, joined at the broadcast table by Greg Anthony and Coach Stan Van Gundy. And as always, we'll hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge.
Here we go.
So Brooklyn will get the first possession. George with the steal. Here's Worthy. Tries again. For three. Rebound, Brooklyn. Now, here is Irving. Outside, George. Over George. Rebound by Smith.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
He's all alone. Here's Shaq. And Shaq with the slam.
O'Neal is a force of nature. Once he gets it that low, it is a foregone conclusion.
Now, here's George. Smith outside. It's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. A deep three from Irving. And it's Reed pulling it down.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
That's one of those heat check shots, and heat check is a synonym for bad shot.
They grab their own miss, and Embiid is right there.
It just knows where to go. Embiid positioning himself perfectly to get the putback.
George with the bucket.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now, here is George. Pass to Shaq. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 4 to shoot. Irving with a clean look. Outside, George. With the clock winding down, and it's sent back by George.
And the timing from George there on the rejection, using his long reach to turn away the shot.
And the dunk by Williamson.
And not the prototype power forward, but has tremendous athletic ability.
Assisted buckets. Every team wants them. They show you're running effective team offense.
Pass to George. For the three. And Embiid pulls it down.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Irving with the ball. George picks him up. Irving, good.
Well, look, if he misses that shot, coach might think of benching him. He's pretty fortunate he got that one to go.
Smith wide open. He fires. And out of bounds as Brooklyn gains possession. There's 47 seconds left here in the first quarter. O'Neal on the wing. The rebound by Worthy.
Doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Well, that's one way he can finish, but far from the only way he gets it done. He's got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve.
3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Embiid, no good. Smith outside. Fires for three. And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by George.
Checking in for your home team.
Off the inbound pass.
A little artistry in the painted area, converting against the size.
Yeah, he didn't let the defense affect him there. He just kept his focus.
At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. They lead by 3. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far on the scoreboard. Guys, what's your take on the home team so far?
Stingy on the defensive end in that first quarter. They were just getting up into people.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep that kind of intensity for the entire game. But if they can come close to that, they'll be in a great spot.
And here's Brunson outside. And Pippen pulls it down. Brooklyn trails by 3. Edwards looking it over. Pass to Gilmore. There's the killer two-handed slam.
And Edwards makes so many winning plays, including finding his open teammates.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
It's stolen by Davis. Allen for 3. The shot, no good. And so it's Pippen with it. He brings it up for Brooklyn. They trail by 1. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. And the 3 ball is good. Edwards got his first 3 points of the game. Worthy outside. Oh, he blocked it and deflects off the backboard. Here's Pippen. And it's Pippen with the jam.
You gotta respect the quickness of Pippen. Just terrific at getting to the right spot there in transition.
And so now a timeout taken by Mike D'Antoni. Here is Frazier, still without a basket. And now we've got the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Frazier outside. Second quarter, we're a little over a minute and a half in.
And it's always been about the effort defensively for Pippen, known as a stopper and a fantastic shot blocker to boot.
To stop the run, and it's Smith missing. Brooklyn leading by 4. It's Pippen with the drive. The teardrop falls in. Pippen's got 4 points this quarter. In a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for Brooklyn.
Wow, those early blocks are key. They are intimidating their opponents and making them hesitant.
Another thing they've done well is push the tempo. They're running the floor and converting on the fast break.
And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
Here's Davis. Stolen away. Edwards. Whoa, a little extra right there from Edwards.
Wow, this is how explosive Edwards can be. He finishes with such force at the rim.
Here's Worthy. Brooklyn with the rebound. It's Edwards on the wing. He's got 8. The 3. And it's Williamson with the rebound.
Well, you can tell he thinks he should have had that one. Even harder on him when he's got a good look like that and it doesn't go down.
And it's Smith missing. Brooklyn with the ball. A 14-2 run over the last bit. Stolen by Worthy. And here comes Smith leading the fast break. Basket is good. The assist from Worthy. Smith's got 7 points in the game.
And this is what Smith is all about, pulling the defense apart with his impressive accuracy.
Rebound by Smith.
I think this is a rare case of being overcommitted. He tried to go all out at the rim, and they stifled him. That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. So the wing on the left. Here's Gilmore. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
Well, he knew he had the size advantage to dominate the defense. Oh, that was some power on that dunk.
Well, what a dunk artist this guy is. Whenever Williamson takes flight, you're just expecting to see something special.
And it's Davis with the jam.
And that's such good work to make this a one-possession game. Terrific.
Got it! Oh, amazing! Perfect timing there.
Oh, beats the buzzer from way down court. These fans are stunned.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for Brooklyn. He comes away with 11 points in the quarter and is showing no signs of fatigue. Back right after this. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. And it's sent back by O'Neal.
And the aggressiveness on display here from O'Neal. Terrific at turning shots away with that size and length.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Roy. That's in, coming off the assist from Embiid. Roy's got the first points to start out the third quarter for Brooklyn. Right side, George. Pass to Reed. And here's Smith. Gilgeous-Alexander covering. Shot clock at 6. And then Smith with the jam.
A certified bucket. J.R. Smith can catch fire in a hurry and send the defense scrambling.
That one good for 2.
That's just poor defense there. You can't give up these kind of looks from the mid-range.
Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side, but when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. But people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Terrific play call to give him a clean look at the rim. That's how you want to start the second half.
Yeah, I like how they're establishing their interior presence right away. That's going to collapse the defense and create other opportunities.
And you love the way that PG can get you a bucket on and off the ball. That versatility speaks volumes.
And so now a timeout taken by Mike D'Antoni. Just over a minute and a half have passed here in the third quarter. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Irving.
Out of bounds. The ball goes to your home team.
Williamson looking it over. And the shot goes down. Williamson's got 6 points.
Yeah, and quick and shifty there off the bounce. Fluid with that shot motion as well. Williamson continues to impress.
And Gilgeous-Alexander gets it to go. Smith, left side. And it's Smith finishing it off.
Come on, fella. And power it down. That dunk was ridiculous.
There was absolutely nobody that was going to get in the way of that finish. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Top of the key. And it's Reed pulling it down. It's George on the wing.
First personal foul. First team foul. Into the lineup for your home team.
We've got 1:18 left in the third. And it's George finishing it off.
Holding nothing back there. George gives the dunk his all.
Left side, Irving. And then Irving slams it in.
And this sort of awesome dunk is one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game.
Well, there's a swagger out there. You can see it on the court that they possess and are not afraid to show it either. Right side, Thomas. Shot clock at 5. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
And you know what? You allow a guy to get right to the rim like that. That's your only option.
It's his first trip to the line.
Taking 2 shots.
And so he makes both from the line.
And he's shown a great touch at the line. They've tested the big guy, but he's come through.
7-second difference, shot and game clock. Brunson, no good. And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for Brooklyn. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the third. Count it.
And good work inside. SGA will make more room for himself on the perimeter when he can be effective down low.
Got it off in time. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And so it's Brooklyn with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. They're feeling very confident, shooting the ball with great efficiency and dictating the pace. Right back after this. Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Brooklyn leading by 10. Nobody near George. And they'll get another chance. Hardaway with it. And Allen picks him up defensively. 6 to shoot. Brooklyn needs to get off a shot here. Here's Mikan. And it's blocked by Williamson.
Erased by Zion. He went for it with a lot of enthusiasm.
Shaquille O'Neal. Joel Embiid.
George looking over the floor. Launches it. Buries it from three-point range.
Well, those go down for him in his sleep.
And here's Brooklyn. 7-point differential. Pippen for 3. Knocks down the 3-ball.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Oh, that's a major league throwdown.
Keeps a tight grip on that rim, too, after the finish. Now a timeout called by Brooklyn.
Fans, make some noise for your dance team.
Both teams deciding to change it up. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Well, guys, over that last break, I listened to Mike D'Antoni talk to his team, and he was real calm during the timeout. He was smiling when he told the team, we're up. The game plan is working. Go out there and have fun. It's always fun when you're up late. Guys?
Thanks so much, David. Pippen can't hit. For three, Smith. And Shaquille O'Neal pulls it down.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Brooklyn.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the three.
And another thing, the defense didn't clog the lanes. They took full advantage with their ability to attack the paint on a lot of those possessions.
Got that one up quick.
Gotta know Smith is on the prowl for revenge when you sink on it. I mean, great response from the young man.
Nobody near Barnes. Drains it from beyond the arc.
And coming down the stretch here, both teams still on fire.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
It's up a three. Rebound, Brooklyn. They've held a 12-point lead early. And J.R. Smith picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Now a timeout called by Brooklyn. Brooklyn leading by 6. And on the way from Irving for 3. And Davis pulls it down. George with no one around. His three-pointers off the mark.
Well, I've been here before. You're looking to get back in the game, but desperation threes are not the way to do it.
Edwards. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Brunson, right side. The kick out to Barnes. Back to Brunson. The close-range shot is good from Brunson.
I'll tell you, they're right in this. We'll see if they can maintain momentum.
Yeah, taking away the lead is never easy, but a rally like this is how you do it.
Irving from long range. And again, no good by Brooklyn. 54 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Brunson outside. There's the three. Money! And what a sensational bucket to bring them within one.
Big-time basket at a big-time moment.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
Embiid wide open. Another miss, and they desperately need a bucket. Davis in the corner. Outside, George. Pass to Barnes. 5 to shoot. To take the lead. Oh, missed it. And so now a timeout taken by Mike D'Antoni. Here.
Substitution on the court.
And that's an intentional foul.
Had to foul, and on that occasion to stop the clock. That's the enemy in this situation.
Good on the first, and then we'll put them up by 2. And so both free throws are good. It's a 3-point game.
That was a giant trip to the line.
And so now a timeout taken by Mike D'Antoni. And let's get your take, guys. What's the strategy?
And it's do or die time. They need a bucket here to stay alive.
Yeah, the clock is their enemy, and they know it. We'll see if they go for the tie or try and get it quickly.
There's 10 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. And an intentional foul there stops the clock. First free throw is good, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 5-point game.
Great composure there. Calmly knocks them down to put this game out of reach.
And so now a timeout taken by Mike D'Antoni. What do you think Coach's focus is going to be here?
Looking for a quick shot, trying to extend the game.
Yeah, and then they have to foul quickly and hope for some misses at the line.
And stolen by Irving. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Team is in the penalty.
He drops the first one, and that increases their lead to 6.
Taking 2 shots.
Second one is good. Hitting both at the line, and it's a 7-point game. And so it's Brooklyn with the win. A truly gutsy performance away from home.
You know, it really was. And Kevin, when this one was hanging...
Welcome to 2K Sports. We've got live NBA basketball headed your way on this fine Wednesday afternoon. In this game, we'll see New York against Brooklyn. Brian Anderson here with you, alongside Grant Hill and Coach Dan Van Gundy, and the fourth member of our crew, Allie LaForce, reporting from the sidelines. Here we go. And Brooklyn with possession here. On the wing, Irving. Over Banchero. And it's Irving missing. And James has got the ball here for New York. Halliburton on the attack. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Checked by Wall. That's short off the rim.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
How about Paolo Banchero, Coach? What a special talent. The first overall pick back in 2022, and then the Rookie of the Year.
Well, Brian, he's not just a scorer. He's a 6'10" playmaker, and getting that out of someone who plays on the front line and can also play as a small ball 5, Banchero's versatility makes him very valuable.
Here's James. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist.
Once James gets the ball in close, it's game over. Put up those 2 points.
Left side, Gilgeous-Alexander. Screen by O'Neal. To the middle. It's stolen by James. And they're on the break. And the big finish by Wall.
An athletic display by Wall, letting the defense know he can own the rim.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Outside Irving. Fires the 3. And it's New York with a rebound.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Wall with it. Guarded now by George. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul. New York making a switch here.
into the lineup for the home team.
Here in the first quarter with about 2 minutes gone by. Here's Banchero, and he drops in the layup off the glass.
Oh, too big, too strong. It'll take more than that to stop Banchero.
And the foul on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul. Timeout called, Brooklyn.
First team foul.
.51 left in the first. Here's Thomas for three. Kemp with a rebound. And they're dialed in offensively.
Sure are. Staying in attack mode and at the same time playing under control.
Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Here's Pippen. Pass to Duncan. Oh, there's a killer two-hand slam.
Well, he saw the height advantage he had and went right up with it. That's exactly what you want him to do there.
Back to ball. 51 seconds left to play in the first. Brooklyn pulls it in. It's Thomas on the wing. Oh, a terrific swat. Outside, Green. And they'll get another chance. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul of the game. First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. Outside Tatum. 5 to shoot. Green up top. Second chance shot. And it's Thomas with the rebound. Here's Gilmore. Good! Without a second to spare.
Oh, you got to have some real nerves to hit that shot.
What poise, what focus. That's an impressive shot.
1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for New York.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
And I just love playing on teams like this, passing teams. You can tell they really like playing with each other, and hopefully they keep this up.
Now here's Wall. Jokic in the post. The kick out to Wall. And the shot's off. 1 for 2 in this one. Pass to Duncan. Three-pointer. And again, it's Brooklyn from deep.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Ball with it. Gilmore grabs the miss. And here's Edwards. No points yet. Fade away. Goes back up. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
Brooklyn shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Taking 2 shots.
It's both from the stripe.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
Outside wall. Good work there as it goes.
So physical for a 1. Wall has the size and skill to do work in the paint.
Here's Edwards. Sinks it from just inside the baseline. Edwards has gotten his first points in this one.
Well, maybe the defense thinks they can live with that, but he's pretty consistent from that mid-range area.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
Second quarter here, just over a minute and a half played. Here's Halliburton. Oh, a magnificent rejection. And here's the fast break. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Now a timeout called by New York.
Come on and get loud for your breakers.
Timeout called, Brooklyn. And now that they have some time to get a little bit of rest, it's time for these players to regroup while hydrating themselves with some Gatorade, looking to gain a boost of energy as they continue to play in this game.
And staying hydrated is the only surefire way to do it. An athlete's body doesn't have the same power and stamina without proper hydration. These guys will be sure to use this timeout wisely.
And James has got the ball here for New York, trailing by 4. Joel Embiid with the board. And Brooklyn with possession here. They've only given up 2 points this quarter. And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
You have to love the hustle to follow it up there. Timed that tip perfectly.
Back to Green. Over Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Green missing. Brooklyn with the ball. They're on an 11-2 run. Right side, Irving. Over James. Irving, that's good. And now an 8-point Brooklyn lead. And here's New York now. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
And denied. He sends it right off the glass. New York, again, can't hit.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Pass to Embiid. 6 to shoot. Embiid elevates.
The Embiid can throw it down from anywhere. So much power for the big fella.
The kick out to Ball. James outside. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
From deep three-point land, Brooklyn pulls it in.
The other team just looks more in sync and is riding the momentum.
Their body language does not look good right now. They're deflated and unable to stop this run.
And so it's Brooklyn, ending the quarter up 10. They're communicating well and stringing together stops. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
22.
Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. New York trails by 10. Pulls up. And it's Irving with a rebound. And Brooklyn with possession here. 10-point lead. This is their biggest of the game. That shot is good by O'Neal. O'Neal's got his second basket of the game.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
Now, here is James. Here's Halliburton. Got a hand on it. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go. Here's James.
Yeah, imposing his will. Embiid sending a message with that rejection.
Welcome, everyone, to the NBA on 2K Sports. And tonight we've got Boston playing against Brooklyn. This is Kevin Harlan along with Greg Anthony and Brett Beard. David Aldridge will be reporting from the sidelines. And so off the tip, it's Brooklyn. Left side, Irving. A three ball. Anthony Davis grabs the miss.
And even without that three ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
A nice shot by George.
Well, Paul George just felt out the defense there, and because they weren't close, he could just pull up.
The shot by George, wide open. Off target with his three. Davis with it. He's picked up by Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Rose. Here's the three. Sinks the triple.
And Rose continuing to hone that jump shot. That's where he can take his game to the next level.
Outside, George. Duncan with the block. And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. Here's Rose. And the dunk by Rose.
And this is right around the time when one team might start to pull away.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
And here's Rose. He's got 5. From outside the arc, it's hauled in by George. It's stolen by Rose. Outside Tatum. Out to Duncan. Outside Rose. 5 to shoot. A shot off that time. Some solid defense there from Irving. About 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Can they get it? And Boston with the rebound. Rose with the ball. For the three. Rose with another miss. Shaq down low. Irving with the ball. Now guarded by Tatum. Irving surveying the floor. Brooklyn needs to get off a shot here. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Boston leading by 7. Pass to Tatum. From deep, George. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. And here's Brooklyn. Nothing yet up on the scoreboard for them.
And I'll tell you what, few forwards have ever had that lightning first step of Dr. J. He just takes away the angles of the defense.
Now here's Rose. He has 5. Duncan outside. All sorts of time. And good as it just snugs right down through the net.
How about that shot? Not exactly something drawn up by the coaching staff.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And Davis pulls it down. Here's Boston now. Pass to George. Puts up a deep 3. An absolute bomb from three-point range. George has got 5.
What's the pick used for? It's used for separation. Paul George got it there.
It's stolen by Duncan. And the wide open shot from Rose. What a performance for Derrick Rose. He has been the story for Boston. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. And we'll be back with you shortly. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Boston.
We've got a bunch of this game yet to be played, but they're shooting it well from the three-point line. That's got to be a welcome sight.
Love the passing that they displayed at the start of the game. Great ball movement that's opening up some chances without really getting deep into the execution.
Now here's Brunson. Connects from three-point range. Brunson's got the first points up on the board here in the second quarter for Boston. Brett, when you survey Jalen Brunson, going from role player now to all-star, what a rise. What's been the key for him?
I just think it's confidence, Kevin. I mean, simple confidence. I don't think there's one point where Jalen Brunson didn't believe that, not that he was the best player on the court, but that he was going to be the best leader. And that has translated into him producing some massive scoring and assist nights for any team that he's played on. This guy is a winner.
And the slam dunk by Pippen.
Don't you wish you could leap like Pippen? I mean, I do.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for Boston. At one point, they led by 16. Three-pointer. Brunson with another miss. Brooklyn trails by 11. Edwards looking it over. Reed with the steal. And pushing it up. Here's Boston. Here's Wembanyama.
Wembanyama is a specimen going at the rim there with a purpose.
Right side, Edwards. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Mitchell outside. This one for 3. Hands it from downtown. Mitchell's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
And he's the guy that you want to go to right now, trying to put this one away.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look. Give them credit. Offensively, they've been the more efficient team.
Yeah, that along with maintaining the pace of play right now, playing with tons of intensity.
They get it again. Out to Edwards. Outside Pippen. To halt the run. The rebound by Victor Wembanyama. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter.
From everyone here at 2K, thanks for joining us. We've got a Wednesday afternoon edition of the NBA for you. Moments away, it'll be Brooklyn going up against Cleveland with Hall of Famer Grant Hill and Brent Barry. This is Brian Anderson. We'll be hearing from Allie LaForce from the sideline. Here we go. And Brooklyn with possession here. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. It's rebounded by Olajuwon. There's Tatum with the three. Kept alive. Kicks it to George. Second chance effort. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops.
George with the innate ability and sense, and he has to get it off quick.
Fires for three. And the rebound goes to Cleveland.
And even after airtight defense like that, you still just expect him to hit those kind of shots.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Joel Embiid with the board.
Well, even though he misses that one, the defense has got to talk about that. And that's a bad miscue. And you can't give up looks like that all game long.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it. Duncan, no good. And over the last few years, SGA has emerged as an all-NBA level player, Brent. What's been the key to his success?
I think the key, BA, to him is his confidence. I think that he feels like he is overlooked on a nightly basis and does not get the respect he deserves. So he comes in with that chip on his shoulder, and he plays the entire game coming at any defense that people throw at him.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. On target from range.
Love the focus here from SGA at the arc. He hates to waste those opportunities.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Over Gilgeous-Alexander. The rebound by Duncan. And here comes Cleveland. Here's Olajuwon. And a miss there on the triple. Outside Irving. Off the mark there with a three. Let's go with a three. And it's Tatum with the three.
You know, this team relies on Tatum hitting those shots, and that's why he's such a high-volume three-point shooter.
Outside Irving. Three-pointer. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist. Irving's got 7 points.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
And there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul. On defense, the visiting team. They lead by 4. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Irving. The three is up. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. 56 seconds left in the first quarter here. And here they come. Oh, a huge slam. An exclamation point on that break.
And you can tell they're in sync right now, expertly turning the steal into fast break points.
Gilgeous-Alexander from outside, bearing his second of 3 attempts.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Three-pointer Embiid sends it home from three-point land.
Without missing a beat, Embiid gets the shot up, and that's the work of an assertive offensive player.
George for three. Oh, he missed it. Making it 1 for 2 now. Out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland ball. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 6 points for him. And there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul.
On the court.
Shot from the wing. Cleveland again missing.
Well, they shouldn't be giving that shot to anyone, but they certainly shouldn't be giving it to him. That's a big break for the defense.
That'll count. Oh, and he hits it at the buzzer.
Makes his selection just in time. Well done.
Yeah, it's almost like he's playing with the wristwatch there. He knew the time, he executed.
And that concludes a high-scoring first quarter. We're all tied up, and we'll get things started in this. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Brooklyn.
We all know good ball movement is what most coaches harp on, and their passing's been excellent so far.
Well, everybody just feeling the energy of the basketball as they moved it around, and lots of hands were touching it.
The three, Smith. Up top, Thompson. Puts up a three. Smith no good.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those.
Get up to throw down.
Oh, my goodness. Anthony Edwards. Wow.
Thompson scanning the floor. Fires from deep. Cleveland again missing.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
From deep three-point range. And it's Mikan with a rebound.
As a big, once you get position inside, it allows you to fight and come away with a lot of tough boards.
And it goes out of bounds. That one off Howard. Cousins with the steal. Here's Thompson. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that boy's going to hit his head on the rim one day. Oh.
Here's Pippen. Here he goes. Good work defensively by Cousins.
Well, a lot of players in the league are going to make that shot, and for him, it's pretty much automatic. It's a good defensive effort to prevent the layup.
Here's Edwards. It's good. Only a few seconds into the shot clock. Edwards gotten 4 this quarter.
I didn't see that coming. He sinks a pretty dicey shot.
Thompson fires from way outside. An absolute bomb from three-point range.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, you can tell they really want to increase this lead. They can't keep letting them take it from them.
3, Smith. And Cleveland another 3. All right, guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for Cleveland?
I must say their defensive intensity has been impressive so far, really making it hard for the offense to hold on to the ball.
And they've sort of assumed control of this game with their pressure defensively. They've been into the ball handler. They've done a great job of swarming, so they're creating some turnovers that they're capitalizing on.
And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Smith outside. Launches a 3. Sinks that one after missing his first 2 attempts. Now 1 for 3.
Now that's Smith's go-to shot. Well, come to think of it, any shot is JR's go-to shot.
Looking to end the run. Thompson pulls it in. Cleveland leading by 7. From outside the arc. And Cleveland another 3.
And this is big for Thompson's confidence. He needs to keep hitting from downtown.
Brooklyn, no good that time either.
The other team just looks more in sync and is riding the momentum.
The other team is scorching hot, and they come down on this end and can't find a way to get the embers going.
Brooklyn with the ball. To the inside. Gilmore. Off target at the rim. Puts up a deep 3. Smith no good. Brooklyn trails by 10. And the foul on DeMarcus Cousins. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
We've got 33 seconds left in the first half. Edwards can't hit. The 3 from Thompson. Brooklyn pulls it in.
The smart play. Wait and take the final shot.
Every second right now is valuable to you. That should be their strategy.
Can you say terrific athlete? Edwards just enjoys getting deep positioning and rising up for the slam.
Thompson outside. The 3-pointer off the mark. Gets it off. No good. Would have counted had it gone. Amen Thompson. He is feeling it tonight. And he's been the driving force for Cleveland. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. We'll be right back with you shortly. Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. And Cleveland has possession. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Takes the 3. O'Neal pulls it in. Brooklyn trails by 8. Embiid from outside. It's rebounded by George. And so George will bring it up for Cleveland. Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. From behind the arc. Great touch from deep, Gilgeous-Alexander.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
George outside. For 3, Hardaway. And he can't get that one. Cleveland leading by 11. There's Tatum with the 3. And Cleveland another 3.
With his feet set, Tatum's going to make you pay.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And he makes the first.
At the line for your home team, Penny Hardaway.
Hardaway hits them both.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
For 3, George gets the 3 ball to go. George has got 5 now.
They've been very well-rounded and extremely focused.
Coaching staff probably most proud of the effort of this team on both ends of the floor here tonight.
Launches it. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Duncan. 4-3. Knocks down the triple. Duncan's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Yeah, pretty infectious right here. Guys in good spirits and percentages from downtown on the rise in the second half.
Here's Embiid. Here's O'Neal. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
You don't want to ever give up points on the boards. That's the lesson for the team there. That's a hustle play to save points.
There's Tatum with the three. Brooklyn trails by 16. You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
The three is up. Roy's shot is good. Roy's gotten himself on the board with a three there.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth, showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
And Brooklyn with possession here, trailing by 19. Left side O'Neal. Pass to Roy. Inside. Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. Tatum from long range. Brooklyn pulls it in. Throws it up high. Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. Jacks up a three. Roy pulls it in.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's the shot he typically makes.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Down low. Knocks it loose. Back to O'Neal. 5 on the clock. He gets it in there. O'Neal's got 4 points now in the quarter.
He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
For three, George connects from downtown. Got it up. That shot off the mark. And so it's Cleveland ending the quarter with a 20-point edge. And their three-point shooting, a big reason they have a sizable. Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And Brooklyn with possession here. Pass to Thomas. Fires the three. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. It's stolen away. Ooh, stolen by Smith. And here's Thompson for three. And Cleveland another three. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Cleveland.
You have to be a fan of the energy they played with on the defensive end. Active hands and feet, and it's come up big a few times for them.
Well, something else that has stood out is their up-tempo offense. And these guys have been on the track all game long. They're creating high-percentage looks, getting out there on the fast break.
And let's face it, when you're down this many points, you simply can't let them get that good of a look.
Teachable moment there. Lapses like this are backbreakers.
You love to see guys challenge one another like that. Advantage to the defense that time. And their strategy is obvious. Manufacture looks from outside the arc.
And I don't know how they keep doing this, but every time down, the resulting possession ends up at the three-point line and a fairly efficient shot attempt at that.
From the arc. And it's Thomas with the rebound. Right side Edwards. Shot to stop the run.
Oh, wow! What a play! That'll be a move to remember. Wow.
Yeah, great creativity in the air. Howard's shot's good.
Well, you like it when J.R. Smith moves the ball. You know J.R. wants to shoot it. Nice pass there.
Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
Fourth quarter.
Outside Edwards. 6 on the shot clock. Goes to the fadeaway. Edwards got 4 points now in the quarter.
And just working his way inside, keeping Edwards out of the paint is not an easy task.
And Edwards lays it in.
A monster finish with authority.
And he hangs on the rim for a little extra spice. A nice shot by Smith.
A good decision right there from Dwight. Excellent awareness on that particular play.
Pass to Gilmore. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
I'll tell you, he is so tough to keep down once he gets near that rim.
Yeah, he can get up even a few notches higher. Edwards for three. Can't get it to go. Shooting 6 for 12 from the field now. And Cleveland has possession. Smith no good. Outside Edwards to the middle. It's stolen by Howard. Driving in. And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's on Anthony Edwards.
And the D's got to be a bit more physical right there. Allowing Dwight to get that deep, not a good idea, which is why he constantly finds his way to the free throw line.
58 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Edwards for three. Gilgeous-Alexander with a rebound. Pass to Olajuwon. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Takes a three. And the three-pointer goes.
And we're all too familiar with these kind of outbursts from SGA.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. The kick out to Edwards. Here's Mikan. Edwards with it. Guarded now by George.
Yeah, just continuing to unlock his game. If Edwards adds the playmaking component, watch out.
Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Lets the three fly. Drops in the three.
That's the guy they're going to keep going to, as they should. The lead's only going up if they keep feeding him.
Edwards for three. And so it's Cleveland winning this one. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah, and this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub.
And that about wraps it up. Alongside Brent Barry, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson with our entire 2K crew thanking you for watching. We'll see you next time. Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for our latest presentation of NBA basketball. This is Brian Anderson, Stan Van Gundy, and Grant Hill here with me. And in a few moments, we'll hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce. And it's Detroit with the ball. Now Cunningham takes the three. That shot, no good. And make no mistake, Cade Cunningham is the engine of this team, Grant.
Man, his vision and playmaking are crucial to the offense. Coach trusts him to make the right reads and set up his teammates. He has cut down on mistakes and is rounding into an elite point guard.
Here's Cunningham, following the bucket by Brooklyn. There's the three. Knocks it down from distance.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And yes, it goes. Got a little English on that one.
I'll tell you, that jumper from Gilgeous-Alexander is smooth and under control.
George outside. 4-3. Can't get his first shot of the game to fall. Brooklyn with the ball. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Blocked! Outside Ingram. Offline with a three. Here's Irving. There's the drive. The layup misses. Cunningham with the ball. And it's Thomas picking him up. Fires the three. And that one's good. Cunningham's got 6.
A pretty big component of Cunningham's game. He knows how to produce from the arc.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Irving. The three connects from downtown.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first. Well, the defense catches a break there. You expect him to make those.
.133 left in the first quarter of the game. Offensive board. Embiid. Excellent D there from Reed. Cunningham with the ball. He's got 6. Shoots. Again, the miss by Cunningham.
And it didn't register as an official block, but he did everything you want in disrupting that shot.
From everyone here at 2K, thanks for joining us. We've got a Wednesday afternoon edition of the NBA for you. Welcome, everyone. Courtside with 2 ex-NBA stars, Grant Hill and Brent Barry. I'm Brian Anderson. We've got Allie LaForce on the sidelines tonight as well. And Brooklyn with possession here to the paint. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
Wasting no time getting points on the scoreboard in this one.
And they doubled up Irving. Tipped away. It's stolen by Irving. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Inside. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. These are his first free throws of the game. First one falls for him. And so he makes both from the line.
Well, a big fella with the ability and confidence at the free throw line is something that every team wants. Don't have to make those late substitutions. Keep your big guys on the floor.
Now here's Irving. Count it.
Such a critical part of how their offense is going to flow. Things are only working when he seems to be on the floor.
And that one's good. Gilgeous-Alexander.
How smooth was that as Gilgeous-Alexander just rising up that time. Great pace.
And over the last few years, SGA has emerged as an all-NBA level player, Brent. What's been the key to his success?
I think the key, BA, to him is his confidence. I think that he feels like he is overlooked on a nightly basis and does not get the respect he deserves. So he comes in with that chip on his shoulder, and he plays the entire game, coming at any defense that people throw at him.
I mean, 6'10", about 250. Banchero imposing his will inside.
On the wing, Irving. Six on the shot clock. Takes a 3. And it's New York with a rebound.
Yeah, and the defense really respects his shooting ability, and they showed it with that tight coverage.
Irving for 3. Fires in the triple. Irving's got 5 now.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. He's picked up by Banchero. And here's Thomas from the arc. Brooklyn, no good that time either.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Outside Hardaway. From about 19. And he gets the jumper to drop. He's got 7.
How about that shot? Not exactly something drawn up by the coaching staff. Now
here's Irving. Thomas outside. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Offensive struggles continue. Missing again. New York leading by 3. Outside Irving. 59 seconds left to play in the first quarter.
As a big, once you get position inside, it allows you to fight and come away with a lot of tough boards.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
Out of bounds. It'll be Brooklyn's ball. And Brooklyn with possession here. They trail by 1. Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Down low. O'Neal. And he goes up strong with a one-handed jam.
Gilgeous-Alexander's nothing if not a creator. Make that pass in his sleep.
Irving for 3. Hits the trifecta. Irving's got 10 points in the game. Gilgeous-Alexander up top. From deep. And it's New York with a rebound. Good chance here for Irving. That one's good from the corner. And that concludes the first quarter of play. New York out in front, up by 4. And we'll bring you the start of quarter number 2 when we return.
10.
Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And from what we've seen from New York, what's your take so far?
Well, so far, they've got things rolling along nicely at the offensive end.
I couldn't ask for a better one right now. Just a complete rhythm by all the guys who got some minutes. Wonderful start.
Hardaway with it. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. And the officials call the over the back. A little too aggressive there.
He gets called for the over the back. He thought he could slip through the cracks and grab the rebound.
Well, he plays super active on the glass, so calls like this are to be expected.
Left side, Edwards. To the middle. It's blocked.
And Duncan just times that one perfectly. The shooter should never attempt those kind of shots with Timmy roaming the rim.
Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
And this kind of play is only going to grow their lead. Holding the other guys down on defense and converting on the turnover.
I'll say this, Banchero is a guy that opponents can't forget about for a second. And you see it in all the defensive attention he gets. Teams show him all kinds of different looks, and he draws a bunch of double teams in isolation. Now here's Ball. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. It's a one-on-one situation. Nails it from 3. Irving's got 15 points. All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stat. Ooh, Edwards with style and authority.
Oh, my. Edwards looking to demoralize the defense a little with that one.
Irving. And it's Mikan with a rebound.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
And here's Edwards outside. Edwards on target.
When Edwards knocks down threes, Ant is pretty much unstoppable.
Here's Irving. That one's good. 7 for 10 now. Brooklyn trails by 6. Edwards looking for an opening. Pass the ball. Clock at 6. And again, it's Brooklyn from deep.
Fearless from beyond the arc, LaMelo has unlimited range and tremendous confidence.
Outside Irving. Fires for three. He's now 8 for 11 after that made shot.
Exactly what every offense needs. Shooters who can force the defense to extend.
Oh, there's no doubt he's a legitimate threat from downtown, and he's demonstrating that in this game.
Now here's Edwards. He's got 5. Abdul-Jabbar with a rebound. Now a timeout called by New York.
Your dance team.
New York leading by 6. Irving for 3. Second shot opportunity. Here's Olajuwon. It's deflected.
That's an awesome defensive display by Duncan there, coming up with the block and aggressively sending that one back.
Here's Pippen. And he jams it home with authority.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
Here's Irving. And it's New York with a rebound. Wagner outside. From outside, off the mark. Brooklyn trails by 4. Takes the feed in stride and slams it home.
And that's a slam dunk from the big fundamental. You don't want to get in the way when he's throwing it down.
Now a timeout called by New York.
Let's hear it for you.
30 seconds left to the second quarter. George for 3. Buries it from 3. George has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
Really no spot on the floor where George can't hurt you with a versatile scorer.
Right side, Irving. Shoots over George. And he hits the jumper for 2. And here's George. Over Irving. No good on the buzzer beater. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. New York out in front, up by 3. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. And New York has possession. It's a three-point game. Three-pointer, Halliburton. And it's Thomas with the rebound.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Rejected by George.
Known as a tough defender, George so good at reading shooters and getting to those shot attempts.
Outside Edwards. It's Thomas on the wing. And they're unable to get the tying bucket there. New York leading by 3. Smith left side. Over Thomas. A nice shot by Smith.
and he wastes no time coming out of the break.
Right side, Edwards. Takes a 13-footer. Second chance effort. Robinson with a steal. To the left wing.
That's his first personal foul. First. Team foul.
The steal. And here's the fast break. Here's Edwards. Now Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 5 to shoot. Tries again. With the clock winding down. O'Neal misses.
Aggressive mindset, but the defender just as determined to send him away empty-handed.
Here's Smith. O'Neal pulls it in. Brooklyn trails by 5. And Edwards puts up a deep 3. Again, the miss by Edwards. Smith outside. And it's good for 2. Smith's got 4 points now in the quarter. And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for Brooklyn. They're scoreless since the first half.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
A minute 58 left in the third quarter.
Something's off about him this quarter.
Well, he's missing, and it's starting to affect a little bit in his body language, and you just don't want to see that.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
Execution with pace, that's a bad turnover that simply was telegraphed.
George for 3. O'Neal pulls it in. Brooklyn trails by 5. And he lobs it up. Ooh, stolen by Smith. Pass to George. Back to Halliburton. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Smith. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Smith's got 6 points.
Well, looking into the gaps of the defense there, he's not going to miss many of those when he gets to that range.
Here's Thomas. And it's New York with a rebound. Pass to Smith. Over Thomas. Smith no good. Brooklyn trails by 7. To the inside. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander drills a 3.
And nice read as usual by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Smith outside. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go.
Almost had the steal. You have to love the pressure defense.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
3-pointer. And it's Mikan with a rebound. Edwards for 3. And we've reached the end of the third. New York out in front, up by 4. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in a moment.
The away team, 29.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far. With this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And Brooklyn with possession here, trailing by 4. O'Neal on the wing. The kick out to Ball. LaMelo driving. And Ball throws it down.
And Ball makes the intelligent play, using the tried and true pick and roll to create an opening.
Here's George. 6 to shoot. Halliburton outside. Shoots over Ball. And it's going to be a 24-second violation. They turn it over. And some changes here for New York. And Brooklyn with possession here. 2-point game. 1 minute in now in the fourth quarter.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
Outside Edwards. 5 on the clock. To tie it up. Perfect. Right between the eyes on that one. And it's all knotted up.
Oh, in pressure moments, he's a guy you trust to make big shots.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth. Here's O'Neal. And the go-ahead bucket, no good.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Back to Hardaway. The 3-ball. Drains the triple. Duncan's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game.
And when your 7-footer, like Tim Duncan is knocking down jumpers off of passes like that there, it is devastating to the defense.
Now here's Ball. And it's all from 3-point range. On the wing, Irving. And stolen by Edwards. Inside. Here's O'Neal. Hardaway grabs the board. New York leading by 3. There's a minute 40 left in the fourth quarter here. Irving looking around. Shot clock at 6. And he wills that one in, sinking it right through the back of the iron. Irving's got 22 points. Now here's Edwards. Pass to Mikan. Ball outside. Jacks up a 3. They get the rebound. O'Neal misses. And so Banchero will bring it up to New York. There's the triple. Duncan, no good. Brooklyn with the ball. They've only given up 5 points here in the fourth.
And that was just moving the ball quickly. And he's rewarded at the end with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down. But when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
And now they decide to foul intentionally. Timeout called. Brooklyn.
Timeout. Visitors.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, well during the last break I heard Mike D'Antoni as he talked with the team. He was very passionately telling his team, don't give them an inch when they have the ball. This game is going to come down to defense. I need you guys to work hard and close this one out. Guys?
Okay, thanks, Allie. Here's Duncan. The 3 is up. Doesn't go that time. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. George for 3. Oh, he drains the 3, and he'll go to the line for one more. That one on Banchero. He sinks the clutch free throw.
He's the one person that the coaching staff and the teammates love to see at the line in a tight ball game. You can pretty much bank on these.
Now a timeout called by New York. Obviously not a lot of time to work with. What do you guys think we're going to see?
It's always interesting to see what play a coach has saved for a situation like this.
And sometimes not just what a coach draws up, but who he has execute in these moments.
New York has possession. They trail by 1. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. To the paint. Here's Duncan. And knocks down the 3.
Now that's one to remember. What an impact on the game.
I'm wondering, is that the biggest shot of the game?
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
And he does get the second one. And that narrows the gap to 1. There's 14 seconds left in the fourth. And an intentional foul right there.
Getting a little desperate at this stage. I mean, the clock's the big factor.
Second team.
He hits the first one. And that'll put him up 2. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line. And it's a 3-point game.
Calm under pressure, and every point here means a lot.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. He gets the first, and that brings him within 2 here. Both free throws good from Irving. And they foul intentionally. That's what they have to do at this point.
That's his first personal foul. Team foul. At the line for 2, Julius Irving.
Good on the first, and that'll put him up 2. He's off on the free throw, unable to get the second one to drop. Timeout called, Brooklyn. And looking at the options here, what do you think is being discussed?
A chance to tie it up here.
Well, they just need a solid play right now, and coach going through his index cards to find one to get something going.
And that's an intentional foul. He drops the first one, and that narrows the gap to 1. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
Oh, tremendous composure at the line to tie things up and give them a shot at overtime.
And we're going to overtime. Time expires. We're going to overtime. We've got more hoops coming your way in just a minute. Well, 4 quarters weren't enough to decide this ball game. Sit back and enjoy as we move on to overtime. Outside Irving. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Up and over Hardaway. Gilgeous-Alexander's shot is good.
Oh, that jumper is so pure. Gilgeous-Alexander with great confidence.
Here's Duncan. Here's Abdul-Jabbar. Nice work on the boards, paying off with a basket.
hard work on the offensive glass. You can see the coaching staff rise up and clap for that effort.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. The drive by Shea. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
So much speed from Shea. Used it there to get by the defense.
Here's Duncan. Pass to Hardaway. Outside Irving. There's the three. Brooklyn pulls it in.
Practically a block. Good, strong challenge.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss. That kind of energy not wasted.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Duncan. 5 to shoot. Left side Irving. The three-pointer off the mark. And so Banchero will bring it up for New York. To the middle. Picked it out of midair. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock.
A fundamental footwork and boxing out there that allowed him to rip that ball right off the rim.
And they do have a foul to give if needed.
Irving with it. Driving in. Counted.
Ooh, a clutch bucket. A defensive stop now could be all it takes to clinch the win.
Irving for three. He's off from three. And they committed intentional foul. We'll see another one of those, so they get into the penalty. And so they foul intentionally.
His fourth personal foul, second team. Shooting for the away team, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
First free throw is good, and that'll put him up 2. And so both free throws good, and it's a 3-point game. Now a timeout called by New York. From a coaching perspective, what are the keys to focus on here?
If they leave the arc open, take it. But it may be safer to get a quick 2 and then foul.
Don't force something up. You got to be smart here.
Coming on the floor for the home team, number 4, Chris Webber.
Irving for three. The three won't fall.
And this is something he does all too well. Great position for the putback there.
And I like how he doesn't think twice about passing it out. Just going right for the slam.
Well, his competitiveness right now is why the teammates love him.
So the first one drops, and that'll put him up 2. And so he drops them both, and it's a 3-point game. Now a timeout called by New York. All right, thoughts on what coach is going to do here?
And a 3 would tie it up. If they have to make one extra pass to get a better shot, they probably have just enough time to do that.
And so the ball out of bounds. Embiid touched it last. Here's Webber. No good. So we see Brooklyn get the win here. Things looked a little uneven for them down the stretch, but in overtime, they took control.
NBA, I don't think they expected this one to be so hard fought. But when they went into overtime, they really poured the gas on the fire.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Brent Barry, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is Brian A.
Hi and welcome everyone here on 2K Sports. Can't wait to get some NBA action going. And tonight, it'll be Athens going up against Brooklyn. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Greg Anthony as well as Brent Barry. And we'll be catching up a bit from the sideline with David Aldridge. So Brooklyn will get the first possession. And stolen by Tatum. Duncan with it. Guarded now by Shaq. Right side Tatum. Pass to Reed. Now George. Covered by Irving.
Brooklyn foul. Julius Irving. First personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Duncan. Outside Tatum. Reed a screen. And the basket by Tatum.
And look at the focus. I mean, Tatum's not going to allow the defense to overwhelm him. Simply keeping his eye. Oh, now that hurts the defense there. Stylish move by SGA.
Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side, but when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. But people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Irving with a clean look. Hits the three-point bomb.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
And George, here we go. And it's sent back by Irving. And so it looks like Athens will retain possession here. Brooklyn on defense. It's a three-point game.
Some exceptionally physical defense from O'Neal. He loves using that size to shut you down.
Embiid the screen. Here's Shaq. Outside for Thomas. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Irving. A three-pointer off the mark.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
George, that's a two-pointer. The kick out to Rose. Another shot. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
And you got to love watching Rose play the game. His intense style can be infectious out there. And I think it really does elevate his teammates.
Rose hits them both.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
That'll be a 5-second call. We've got 1:55 left here in the opening quarter. Right wing. Driving to the basket.
And the aggressiveness on display here from O'Neal. Terrific at turning shots away with that size and length. Changing ends quickly. He's rewarded with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down, but when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
Pass to Reed. Back to George. 5 on the clock. The shot goes in. First of the night. He's 1 for 3 to start the game.
That's a tough shot for a lot of people, but PG makes it look easy.
Left side, Irving. Pulls up on the elbow. Paul George grabs the miss. Now Athens with it. They trail by 1. And then George with the jam.
Well, not only looking at Paul George get up, look at the guys on the bench loving it from PG.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. George with the steal. Inside. And Duncan throws it down.
And that's a slam dunk from the big fundamental. You don't want to get in the way when he's throwing it down.
About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Tatum wide open. He fires one. Again, Athens.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
Well, he's going to just keep going now. That's early confidence for him.
And they're on the break. And here we go. Back to Reed. It'll count. And he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And so the first quarter is in the books. Athens ahead. They're up by 5. The second quarter coming up right after this break, so don't go anywhere. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats here for Athens?
I mean, they've come out aggressive defensively, getting into them and coming up with some cookies along the way.
Well, they've really attacked off of the turnovers, so leaking out and capitalizing on fast break stuff.
And Zoello will bring it up for Athens. 5-point lead, the biggest of the game. Releases. Rebound, Brooklyn.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Edwards, no good. Jordan outside. To the wing right side. Duncan with the block.
That's an awesome defensive display by Duncan there, coming up with the block and aggressively sending that one back.
Brooklyn trails by 5. Takes a step back. Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. Knocked loose. And they'll get another chance. Outside, George. 6 on the shot clock. Moves back up. Strong move inside by Edwards.
And he's a true inside-out threat. Edwards wants to score from everywhere on the floor.
And the foul called on Edwards. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And here is Athens now. 3-point lead. Pass to Jordan. Shot clock at 5. Athens with another miss. Second quarter, we're a little over a minute and a half in. Edwards with it. Picked up by Ellis. Edwards with it. Edwards making a statement.
And he can take off from anywhere at any time. Edwards always a threat.
Jordan. And it's Jordan with the jam.
Oh, I dunk you very much.
He can really fly, and you combine that, Craig, with some nice penetration, too, and you've got 2 points. Fades. Stoudemire grabs the miss.
You know what? Just a little fancy on that possession there. Just go up in rhythm.
To the left side wing. Jordan up top. Back to Stoudemire.
And you got to be careful guarding Stoudemire because he is clever at drawing fouls.
It's his first trip to the line. And he knocks down the first one.
2 shots.
And Stoudemire drops them both.
And among NBA bigs, he is known for his ability to deliver at the free throw line.
Outside Edwards. Shoots a fader. Count it. Good. Edwards got 6 points in the quarter.
And it's really good to see Edwards knock down the mid-range jumper. He continues to work on becoming more consistent from that area.
And that one goes out of bounds. They say last touched by Ball.
A split second late, but almost came up with a steal there.
Real close, and I'm sure next time you might time that a little bit better and get a handle.
For Athens, they've hit all 4 of their chances so far in this one. A free throw drops for Bell.
Taking 2 shots.
And so Bell nails both of them. Brooklyn trails by 5. It's Edwards on the wing. He has 6. Down low. And Edwards with the stuff.
One thing about Tim Duncan, he's an exceptional passer.
Now Athens with it. It's Jordan with the drive. Lets it go with the 3. Brooklyn with the rebound. 34 seconds left now here in the second. Here's Edwards. From downtown. Outside for George. Over Bell. Pass to Gilmore. Right side, Edwards. No good. Not a friendly rim at all this trip down. Near the three-point line, it's Ellis. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Athens leads by just 3. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of the third quarter. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Athens leading by 3. Pass to Jordan. Shoots. Thomas grabs the rebound. And here's Brooklyn. Here's Embiid. The big man Embiid converts inside.
And looming large on the interior. Embiid, hard to deny.
Brent, it seems like throughout his career, Gilgeous-Alexander has an answer to whatever the defense might throw at him.
Well, the defenses don't have answers to stop him, Kevin. I know that. This guy is so quick with the basketball. He's so good at adapting on the fly with the ball, getting around the initial defender to make plays. Superstars have that quality. SGA has it in spades.
And on the way from Irving for 3. Jordan with the ball. Now defended by Embiid. And stolen by Irving. And now the fast break. Embiid with the ball. Tipped away. Left side, Jordan. Thomas with the block. And so it looks like Athens will retain possession here. And Athens with some changes. Here's George. The kick out to Tatum. Outside Rose. From outside, off the mark.
And even without that three-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
On the wing, Irving. The three. It's good from long range. Irving's got 6.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
2 minutes gone in this third quarter now.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Rose in the post. Hangs in midair and converts on the double clutch layup. And Athens leads by 3. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. It's hauled in by Athens. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. That one on Gilgeous-Alexander.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
He's perfect from the line this time. Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. And as the coaches go to the clipboard to outline their strategy during the timeout, the players getting a chance to rehydrate with some Gatorade. That's key to staying fresh all the way to the final whistle.
And Kevin, it really is. And every one of these players knows it. They're all making sure to stay hydrated. It's impossible to play your A game if you're not getting enough to drink, especially towards the end of games when the physical toll of a long contest really starts to add up.
Brooklyn making some changes. .135 left in the third. Pippen outside. Poked loose and taken away by Ellis. Athens moving the ball around. Here's Reed. And it's off from three-point range. Brooklyn trails by 5. Here's Shaq. Lays it up and banks it in. Shaq's got his first 2 points.
It's a tall challenge trying to contain Shaq, especially when he's operating close to the basket.
Outside, George for the tie. And it's Mourning with the rebound. They have a chance to go 2 for 1 here.
Let's see how they play the clock.
Pass to King. Now, here is Reed. Here's Ellis. Rebound, Brooklyn. 1 second separating the shot clock and game clock. To the middle. Reed with the steal. Jordan down low.
Brooklyn foul. Scottie Pippen. First personal foul.
For Athens, they've been at their finest 4 at the free throw line tonight. 8 attempts, 8 makes. That free throw good for Mourning.
2 shots.
And both free throws good for Mourning.
And give them credit for the work they've done at the line. Nothing new. They're always impressive in terms of free throw shooting, but still worth mentioning.
Oh, he misses the dunk. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. Athens ahead. They're up by 5. And we're coming right back after this break to get the fourth quarter underway. And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Duncan. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot clock at 6. Puts it up from 15. And there it is for him. Gilgeous-Alexander's got the first basket as we get going in the fourth for Brooklyn. Here's Jordan. And then Jordan slams it in.
You won't find a much more entertaining sight. I call that slam dunk contest level.
And the basket by Edwards.
And great intensity here down the stretch. He's not one to shrink in the moment.
Take a look at him. Locked in right now in this moment. Wants the ball in his hands and feels real comfortable with the shot he's taking.
That one goes. Count it. Kings got the lead up to 5 now for Athens.
He has the complete game in the paint. King can get plenty of points on the perimeter as well, but inside, that's where he butters his bread.
Here's Edwards. It's hauled in by Athens. Jordan deciding where to go with it. And slam dunk by Jordan.
It's like he just keeps going up and up. Limitless vertical for MJ.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. Both teams will make substitutions. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Well, during that break, Mike D'Antoni talked to his team. They said, let's lock in, keep our focus. We need everyone down the stretch. Now, his players looked engaged, so I think the message got across. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Shoots from 14. It's not going to go for him. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Athens. 1:56 left in the fourth quarter. On the wing, Duncan bangs home the trifecta. And now it's a 10-point Athens lead.
It's rare that you see this from Duncan, so you know he had to really like the shot.
Here's Ball. He gets that one.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
There's a minute 34 left to play in the final quarter. Now George. Tatum down low.
Because of Paul George's athleticism, he can do a lot of things. He turns guys over. He blocks shots. He's got great hands. He affects a lot defensively.
Irving, good.
And that solid play in the paint continues here, guys.
And the wide open shot from Rose. Another three for Athens.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
Pass the ball. It's stolen by Duncan. And here's Tatum for three. And Duncan throws it down.
Saw the opportunity to put this away, and you can see the killer instinct take over.
Yeah, up until that point, a competitive game, but once they broke through that barrier, it was all them. Complete control.
Rose. And Rose throws it down hard.
Look, they've earned this victory tonight. Tough to dominate the way they did.
These nights last a long time when you just go out there and you outwork your opponent. You know that that's going to pay dividends. Tonight it's going to come in a win.
We've got 28 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. From deep, Jordan sinks the triple. And Athens leads by 14.
There's a ferocity and intensity to Jordan, but he also has the finesse and skill.
So it's Athens winning this one easily. A confident win and one where they clearly showed the greater effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid performance, particularly here at home. And I think they built off that edge of being here and playing with just a little more confidence than their opponent.
And that'll do it, folks. So for David Aldridge, Craig Anthony, Brett Barry, and the whole 2K Sports crew, this is The NBA on 2K Sports welcomes you to Wednesday afternoon basketball. Kevin Harlan here with Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, and our sideline reporter is David Aldridge.
Here we go.
And it's going to be Los Angeles off the tip. Heinrich outside. Knocks down the three ball.
And how about the show of confidence from Heinrich, as well as him shooting while in rhythm?
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. And here's Los Angeles. It's a three-point game. Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side. But when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. But people in the know how good of a defender he is.
And he gets it to go.
So many different ways he can attack. He can pull up from the mid-range like he does here. The doctor is in the house, folks.
Back to Heinrich. Lets it go from the wing. Again, Los Angeles.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Look at the big fella working on that possession. He knows how to fend guys off and get those rebounds.
Beyond the arc. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls it in.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Irving for three. They get the rebound. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. They shoot again. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. Steven Adams picks one up.
A great athlete and an even better human being. It's easy to love Julius Irving. What he brings to this team and also what he brings to the community.
Already a very confident player. Knocking down those free throws only fuels that.
Heinrich outside. From outside the arc. That one's rebounded by Embiid. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for Brooklyn. Back to Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
Strong move and a little spicy, too. Embiid's passion for the game, the way he plays, I love it.
And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul. 1:39 left in the first quarter. James way outside. An absolute bomb from three-point range.
From deep in three-point land, when LeBron commits to a shot even that far away from the hoop, no stopping.
I tell you what, you better watch out, fellas. He is on fire here today.
And we all know what can happen when he gets rolling. A hot start can turn into an explosive scoring night.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Here's Irving. And Irving throws it down.
The doctor is in. What a display of those trademark dunking abilities. Quite unique, Julius Irving.
Now here's Heinrich. He has 7. Reeves in the corner. Heinrich with the steal. Jumps up. Brooklyn with the rebound. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. He's picked up by Heinrich. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Pass to Embiid. Stolen by Duncan. Back to LeBron. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Los Angeles leads by 2. And we'll be back in just a moment with the start of the second quarter. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And taking a look at Los Angeles' performance here, what have they been doing or not doing?
An impressive start. They came in with a well-conceived game plan and have executed.
Yeah, you know what makes it really easy for the coaching staff in that case? No adjustments needed. Just keep on keeping on.
Down low. Here's Gilmore. Outside for Thomas. Pass to Gilmore. Just 3 to shoot. Tries again. Thomas trying to break loose. Shot's good by Gilmore. Gilmore's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Brooklyn. Reeves, that's a 2-pointer. Thomas grabs the rebound.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Clark, what is it about Austin Reeves' style of play that makes him such a good scorer?
I love the fact that he can change pace with the dribble. You know, he's not super fast, but he's not slow either. What he is shifty and smart. He's got good size, good ball skills, and he's got a nice mid-range jumper. All of that allows him to keep defenders off balance.
For 3, Heinrich hits the 3-point bomb. Heinrich's got 10 points.
Heinrich is lethal from the 3-point line, so you got to chase him off the arc.
For 3, Edwards. Brooklyn now working with a new shot clock. Edwards making a statement.
And we all know how explosive Edwards can be, reminding us there with that thunderous slam.
From deep, Reeves. The rebound by LaMelo Ball. Brooklyn trailing. Edwards' shot is good. Edwards got 4 this quarter.
And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
Second quarter.
Heinrich outside. Reeves outside. James looking around. And a miss there on the triple.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Here's Edwards. And Adams sends it back.
Adams puts every ounce of energy into his defense. He's not out there to contest shots. He's out there to reject them.
He's somebody that's really comfortable carrying the offensive load.
Here's Edwards. And out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. And here is Los Angeles now. Now about 3 minutes gone in this second quarter of basketball. Here's Jokic. Stolen by Ball. Pass to Mikan. Jokic with the steal. Right side Hill. Here's Roy. Edwards with the block.
And the athleticism of Edwards helping on defense. Capable of getting up to block shots.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
How can you forget about him? I mean, he's not going to miss that open of a look.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. A nice shot by Roy.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Pass the ball. Gets it up. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Los Angeles on top, leading by a point. Time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow, right here on 2K Sports. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. And so it's Pippen with it. He brings it up for Brooklyn. They trail by 1. Bucket is good. Pippen's got his first basket.
Boy, Pippen showing you some passing right there with that nice finish.
Outside Rose. Takes a shot at the elbow. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down.
Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Yeah, these teams trading punches right now. I mean, it's table tennis. Back and forth we go.
And here is Los Angeles now. They lead by 1. That one's not going to go. Excellent D there from George. Embiid running the floor.
Boy, that's how you execute in transition, guys. Embiid realizing an opportunity and then jumping all over.
Clark, we know what a great player Joel Embiid is. He was the 2023 MVP, and he was on that same road until he got injured last season.
Unfortunate to see the big fella Embiid deal with the injuries that he has throughout his career, even going back to his 1 year in college. It's unfortunate, but that has hampered what is a special, special talent in Embiid.
And the basket by Kirilenko.
There's not much that Hill does not do well. He does a bunch of good things, including spotting the open man and getting the ball to him right away.
Here's Embiid. Assertive move by Embiid. And not even 3/4 out of the way. So many lead changes.
The fans, guys, are getting their money's worth. Heck, I should have paid to watch this one. It's been a nail biter.
Rose, no good.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
And there's the contact on the jam. He gets the whistle, but not the bucket, so 2 shots coming up for him.
You know, the blend of size and skill makes Embiid so hard to defend, and as a result, most of the time he draws fouls.
Good on both. And Joel Embiid is a giant center. Clark, his size, his arm span. How does his sheer size, do you think, affect the game?
Well, he's a mountain of a man. Not only is he tall, he's wide, and he's deep too, Kevin. In other words, he's hard to get around. And he's also hard to challenge because he's north and south. So, and you factor in his touch. This guy does things that I've not really seen a guy of his size do, particularly when you talk about pity-patting the dribble and knocking down face-up jumpers all the way out to the three-point line. It should almost be unlawful for a guy north of 3 bills to be doing that.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. Los Angeles making a switch here.
Substitutions on the court.
Here's Los Angeles now. Heinrich outside. And some very quick points for him on that possession. Heinrich's got 5 points in the quarter.
We've seen Heinrich get hot before. I like watching him just keep looking to be aggressive.
Paul with a wide open look. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Outside, James. And there's the drive.
And LeBron is a force rolling to the rim. When he's diving inside, he's looking for the punch.
Right side, Ball. Pass to Gilmore. And they get it. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Great slam by the 7'2" Gilmore. Once he gets positioning inside as strong as he is, the rest is easy.
Duncan outside. Outside, James. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Los Angeles needs to get off a shot here. Heinrich inside the three-point line. Gilmore grabs the miss. Fires the three. Nailed from three-point land. Duncan's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Screen by Duncan. It's still anybody's game as we've reached the end of 3. Brooklyn leads by just 1. And we're just moments away from the start of the 4th quarter. Stay with us. And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the 4th quarter, what is still anybody's ballgame. Here's Los Angeles now. It's a 1-point game. And here's Heinrich. To the paint. It's James atop the key. 6 to shoot. Shoots the 3. Rebound, Brooklyn.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on.
Thomas. The dunk and the foul, a powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. That's on LeBron James. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Brooklyn.
I think they put an emphasis on attacking the basket, and watching this, you can see why. They have just carved the defense up here with relative ease.
The other thing they've done is they have not shied away from the mid-range game. I mean, plenty of points coming their way off of jump shot opportunities. I like that.
And Gilgeous-Alexander understands how to draw contact, especially when he's looking to score.
And the second free throw, good. And he nails the third. Los Angeles trails by 7. For 3, Roy. It's good from long range.
Cutting into that deficit now, well within striking distance.
Boy, time to tighten it up on defense. A stop here would be huge.
Wasted no time on that one. Irving's got the lead up to 7 out for Brooklyn.
How about Irving stretching out the defense, making the most of a rare trip behind the arc.
First team.
Just over a minute played here in the 4th. Nice passing here by Los Angeles. Outside Roy. Shot clock at 5. Out to Duncan. That ball. Great assist by Brandon Roy. Duncan's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Irving for 3. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Second chance shot. The rebound by Steven Adams. Los Angeles trails by 4. And here's James outside. And he gets it back. Roy with it. Defended by Shaq. Back to LeBron. The 3. And it's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with the rebound. Brooklyn leading by 4. And Adams sends it back. Duncan outside. It's stolen by Duncan. And here we go. Brooklyn fast break. Right side Irving. Wide open. It goes straight through with the swish. And Brooklyn leads by 6. Heinrich from outside. Trains it from beyond the arc.
Heinrich taking control of the situation and finds the big hoop. That's what a leader on the floor does for you.
And a wide open look for Irving. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Los Angeles trails by 3. They get a hand on it. The 3 from LeBron. Yes! A tremendous 3 to tie it up.
Boy, is it tough to stop LeBron right now.
So it's Brooklyn now. And that's an intentional foul. Now a timeout called by Brooklyn. Both teams will make substitutions. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, I was able to listen in on what Mike D'Antoni was talking about with his team. He told them this is what it's all about, proving we're the better team in a tough situation. But you got to want it. Coach told his guys they have what it takes to win here. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, David. Back to George. Pippen outside. Shot clock at 6. Here's Embiid. With force. Embiid takes it to him.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
Well, that was 1-2. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
Reeves outside. It's money from deep.
Oh, he is just so clutch, saving his best for when the pressure is at its highest.
Edwards looking it over. Pippen with a wide open look. Bullseye!
Great screen that time by George. Well done.
They could win it. Oh, that shot had a chance, but no good. And so it's Brooklyn who scrapes by with the win. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous finish as they continued to wait out until the very last moment to seal it.
And there are so many times when you see these tight games won at home, that advantage of having that crowd behind you oftentimes is the ultimate X factor.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Clark Kellogg, Craig Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan along with our terrific 2K Sports crew, thanking you for tuning in. See you next time. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us on 2K Sports. NBA action is coming up. This is Kevin Harlan courtside with Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, and our reporter tonight on the sideline, David Aldridge. And so off the tip, it's Albuquerque. Here's Black. There's the drive. Outside Tatum. The shot from the low post is good.
And it's going to take more than that to stop Tatum, a wing who can score in so many different ways. And you watch Jason Tatum, year to year, he is a model of consistency. Across the board, the numbers are pretty similar, and the effort never wanes.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Jason Tatum, shooting 2.
And that one falls for Tatum.
A young man who has an appetite for greatness, always pushing himself, is Jason Tatum.
Probably as close to a sure thing as you can have at the free throw line.
Now, here is Irving. For the three. The offensive rebound.
And at 250 lbs, Embiid is a terror inside, using that large frame to draw those fouls.
Brooklyn shooting their first free throws of the game. And Joel Embiid is a giant center. Clark, his size, his arm span. How does his sheer size, do you think, affect the game?
Well, he's a mountain of a man. Not only is he tall, he's wide, and he's deep, too, Kevin. In other words, he's hard to get around. And he's also hard to challenge because he's north and south. So, and you factor in his touch. This guy does things that I've not really seen a guy of his size do, particularly when you talk about pity-patting the dribble and knocking down face-up jumpers all the way out to the three-point line. It should almost be unlawful for a guy north of 3 bills to be doing that.
Back to Antetokounmpo. Just 3 to shoot. Rebound, Brooklyn. O'Neal with it. Now guarded by Tatum. Oh, the jam by O'Neal!
O'Neal is a big man with a big personality, and that time, a little showmanship on the slam.
That is really good work there on the offensive glass.
Here's Shaq. Out of bounds. It'll be Albuquerque's ball. Here in the first quarter with about 2 minutes gone by. Here's Tatum. And Embiid with the block.
Defensive instincts of Embiid on display there with the deny.
Irving looking for an opening. No good on the three.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
And as it goes out of bounds, Albuquerque able to keep the ball here. .143 left to play in the first quarter. Pass to Tatum. No one near him. That one drops for his second bucket. Mark him 2 for 4.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now, here's
Boxing out Embiid has to be a focal point for them, or else he'll continue to eat them up on the offensive glass.
Pulls up. Tatum no good.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time. Man, what a pass that was there. He really, really relishes making the game easier for his teammates.
Here's Black. It's rebounded by O'Neal.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Outside Irving. 6 on the shot clock. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Here's McGrady. Oh!
Mercy, mercy me.
Finishes in style with the double clutch jam.
Doing it with style. McGrady punishing the D for giving him that kind of airspace.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Good on the triple.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
A big-time effort for Joel Embiid, providing a lot of energy for Brooklyn. Scoring, rebounding, he was... And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And from Brooklyn guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
They've got them rattled. It's only the first quarter, and already they've made enough big plays on defense to last really an entire game.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
You know, because of Pippen's length and athleticism and savvy, he's hard to match up against, especially when he's on the drive.
For Brooklyn, they have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both. That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Albuquerque trails by 5. Here's Tatum. And Tatum hammers it home.
Tatum, like most players, is best when he's aggressive and attacking the basket.
And Edwards with the stop.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat.
Now's the time to do it. Keep attacking that rim.
McGrady outside. No good with the triple. Brooklyn leading by 5. Here's Edwards. Another one falls for Brooklyn.
Well, that's an extremely hard shot to defend if Edwards can master the pull-up. Watch out now. It would be a real weapon for him.
And you see, don't you, Clark, the steady progression year over year for Anthony Edwards.
Well, he's already an all-star since his 3rd season. With Edwards, the chance is there, if he continues to show the same improvement he's shown thus far, that he's going to be MVP caliber, and I dare say, perhaps the face of the league for several years to come.
Pippen. Rebounded by Tatum. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Albuquerque. They trail by 7. Albuquerque again can't hit it. And Brooklyn has possession. 7-point game, the biggest lead in the game. Thomas up top. Right side, Edwards. Launches a 3. Rebound by Albuquerque.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
And Edwards with a clear path to the basket. And Edwards slams it in.
Exactly how you want to run the break. Great execution by Edwards.
Here's Tatum. It's in the bucket for his 4th field goal. Shooting at a 4 of 9 clip. Brooklyn leading by 7. Here's Edwards. Hands the tough leader from the outside. Edwards got 8 points. And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Up top, Tatum. He's got 10. Brooklyn with the ball. Left side, Edwards. It's Thomas on the wing. Out of bounds. It'll be Albuquerque's ball.
Substitution on the court.
1:12 left in the second quarter. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Driving to the basket. And Gilgeous-Alexander throws it down hard and nasty.
Oh, now that hurts the defense there. Stylish move by SGA. You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
The jump shot from the baseline is right on target. And now just a 5-point Brooklyn lead.
And he had a good look, and Gilgeous-Alexander made it pay off.
Now a timeout called by Brooklyn. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. On the wing, George. To the paint. Outside Irving. Beyond the arc. Drops in the tray. Irving's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
How about Irving stretching out the defense, making the most of a rare trip behind the arc?
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander hits it from 3-point range. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 7 points in the game.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Here's O'Neal. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. For Brooklyn, they have been solid at the line so far. 4 for 4.
At the line for your home team.
O'Neal hits them both.
Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throw.
And so it's Brooklyn, bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. They're shooting the ball so well in this one. A great performance from the field. Back to the action in just a minute. And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. Brooklyn leading by 7. The drive by Ball. Makes it off the glass. Ball's got the first basket of the third quarter for Brooklyn.
Boy, the combination of height, length, and quickness that Ball has, very impressive and really hard to defend against on the drive, too.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Here's Roy, and then Roy with the jam.
Man, Roy can fly.
Albuquerque trails by 8. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And again, it's Albuquerque.
And you know what? One of the few bright spots in this game for them today. He's kept his edge even though they've been trailing.
Knocked loose. It's stolen by Wade. Lets it go with a 3. And again, Albuquerque with a triple.
And this is SGA's role. He's out here to score and score often.
Ball's knocked loose. Stolen by Wade. Gilgeous-Alexander, that's a 2-pointer. They get it back. Clock at 6. Here's Siakam. To the inside. Tries yet again. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander missing. Brooklyn leading by 3. Thomas, it's a wide open look. Buries the corner 3. Thomas got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Clark, the 2021 Rookie of the Year, LaMelo Ball. And the only thing holding him back now is his health.
It certainly is, and it's unfortunate because he's a talented, fun-to-watch player. He's already missed a bunch of games early in his career, but he is the total package as a point guard now. Great length at 6'7", and I still think he has MVP potential. It's a matter of can he stay on the floor.
A little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. It's deflected. Offside Thomas. Plays it up and banks it in. And now it's a 10-point Brooklyn lead.
Loving the energy right now here in the third quarter as they try to take control of this game.
And I really think this is the time to do it because this is a real important juncture in the ball game right here.
And here's the fast break. Siakam leading the way.
And right there, you see the impact of Siakam's length. So tough to defend once he gets to his spots.
Greg, in January 2024, Pascal Siakam was traded out of Toronto.
And he came into the league an older player from a mid-major school. The Raptors did a lot to help Siakam, turning him into an all-NBA caliber player.
Teams deciding to change it up. They throw good. Siakam. After exploding onto the NBA radar in 2019, Siakam, Clark, has been a sure thing on offense.
Well, you know what you're going to get from Pascal Siakam. I mean, whether it's in the open floor or in the half-court sets, he's a guy you can count on delivering when you give him the ball in those situations. His offense never takes a night off.
6 to shoot. Buries the long-range jumper. Duncan's got the lead up to 11 now over Brooklyn.
It's rare that you see this from Duncan, so you know he had to really like the shot.
There's McGrady. Rebound, Brooklyn. On the wing, Irving. Fires the three. And again, Brooklyn with the triple.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And don't leave out the coaching staff here now. I mean, their game plan has been perfect.
Here's Tatum. It's off the run. It's stolen by Duncan. Pass to Tatum. Fades back. Albuquerque again can't hit it. And so it's Brooklyn in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. Their transition game has been in full effect. We've got more in store for you right after this. And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Now, here is McGrady. And it's blocked by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And great read there by SGA. Knew the shot was coming and just trusted his instincts.
Right side, Tatum. Tatum jackhammers it in.
Yeah, he just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful two-hand jam.
I tell you what, if he's got a few more of those in him, this lead will really start shrinking.
And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
He's a defensive anchor for this team. Duncan excels at reading shooters and then altering their shots.
And here is Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for George. There's the three. It's good from long range. George has got his first 3 points of the game.
That last three must have bothered George a little bit. He goes to the arc with a purpose and fires off his answer.
And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. Money from the wing. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 13 points in the second half. Here's Duncan. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls.
Duncan with that innate ability to shoot the basketball.
The kick out to Tatum. The 15-footer. And again, it's Albuquerque.
Well, Tatum can find a shot he wants just about anywhere. He's got that kind of versatility.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. Pass to Irving. Nobody near George. Offline with his three. Albuquerque trails by 12. Here's Tatum. Tatum gets it to go inside.
We know Tatum's got a terrific jumper, but I like when he pounds that paint too.
George fires, and the wing jumper offline.
The defense there got away with a major lapse.
Brooklyn leading by 10. Back to Irving. The three gets the three-pointer to fall.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
They look pretty demoralized to me, and that always shows through at the defensive end first.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Tatum wide open. He fires one. Gets to the corner and buries it. Tatum's got 8 here in the quarter. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for Brooklyn. Duncan with the bucket.
And it's just competing. You know, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, you know, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
Fires it up. And it's sent back by George.
George is versatile defensively, can guard multiple positions, and that versatility allows him to block some shots, too.
That one's going to be the final dagger, and these guys can now celebrate.
And they deserve it. They deserve to celebrate a dominant performance in what's going to be a blowout win.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Outside Irving. Antetokounmpo with the steal. Here's Tatum. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That's on Julius Irving.
Coming at you with so many ways to get his points. Tatum draws a lot of contact throughout the game. Gets himself to the line.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. Once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For David Aldridge, Greg Anthony, and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for being with us. So long and good night, everyone.
Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for our latest presentation of NBA basketball. Alongside Hall of Famers Doris Burke and Grant Hill, I'm Brian Anderson. Allie LaForce on the sidelines. And Brooklyn with possession here. Outside Irving. From deep. They get it back. Kicks it to George. Six to shoot. And at last, they get one to fall.
This right here, whew, this is how you want to play the game. With passion, with energy, just great hustle play right there.
Boy, nice job by Paul George to make himself available. Gets to his spot and gets it off quickly.
Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Paul George pulls down the board. And so George will bring it up for Las Vegas. And something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kick ability.
Yeah, you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
Now here's George. There's the triple. The rebound by Duncan.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
And down it goes. 2 points. George has gotten his second bucket.
Boy, a little bit of separation inside and taking advantage is Paul George.
Pass to O'Neal. Embiid, high post. Takes a three. Brooklyn, no good that time either. And here comes the break. Here's Duncan. The shot goes down. Very quick possession right there.
He just brings a great feel for the game at the offensive end.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Good work defensively by Robinson. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 1:44 left to play in the first quarter. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Well, let's remember that at 6'6", Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can more than handle himself near the cup.
Here's O'Neal. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
From 13, Gilgeous-Alexander no good. Brooklyn trails by 4. Irving for 3. Lets the 3 fly. He buries it from 3.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Doncic outside. Launches it. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Doncic loves the ability to respond with a 3. That is tough.
And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Are you serious? That is some power from a point guard.
Oh, I love backcourt players with some ups.
We know versatility is huge in this game. Just a tremendous job finishing that play. Wow.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there. Here's George. No good there. Great D that time from Irving. O'Neal inside. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Knocks down the triple. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 5 now. 5 ticks left in the first quarter of the game. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. And at the end of 1, a closely contested game so far. Brooklyn out in front, up by 1. Let's take a quick break, and then it's on to the And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Brooklyn.
Well, it's simple. When you can dominate the boards at both ends, you can control the second chance touches.
And that's how they controlled the first quarter. I thought they were the much more physical team.
And it's Las Vegas with the ball. SGA doing his thing in close.
It's very long, and SGA so effective around the hoop because of that length.
Pass to Gilmore. Here's ball. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Graham.
Yeah, maybe in league history, B.A. He's an elite three-point shooter, post scorer, and his passing is severely underrated.
Outstanding anticipation from Cat right there. He sends that thing back to another zip code.
Nifty move. Knocked loose.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Pass to Gilmore. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Boy, the tide is running one way and then shifts back in the other direction. I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had here tonight.
And here's Edwards outside. Anthony Edwards reins one in.
The work that Anthony Edwards is putting in as a shooter is there. That range shot so important. Nice three-point look right there.
And we've got a timeout called by Greg Popovich. He wants to review the game plan. So both teams changing it up here. Second quarter here, just over a minute and a half played. The three from Curry. On target from range.
Curry knows what his team is doing to set him up. In that instance, just get him the ball in the catch-and-shoot game.
Out of bounds. It'll be Brooklyn's ball. And Brooklyn with possession here. And they double up Edwards. It's Thomas on the wing. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on Karl Anthony Towns.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
That one falls, so he hits both of them.
Boy, a really soft touch on display. It is a luxury to have a big man who can hit from the line at a consistent rate.
Wade drives in, and he buries his first look.
I'll tell you, it's very hard to stay with Dwayne Wade in the pick and roll. His court awareness and decision-making allow him to manipulate the defense.
Pass to Mikan. Back to Edwards. Here's Pippen. Down to 5 on the shot clock. For 3. Drills it from deep. Pippen's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game.
He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Curry, no good.
Well, if the defense gives him that shot next time, they could get burned. I think he's just a little bit out of rhythm.
Oh, he picked him clean. And they're running. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
You know this as well as I do. Dwayne Wade is looking for the contact. This is a big physical player who loves to mix it up a little bit.
And he makes both free throws.
You can tell when he steps to the line the kind of confidence he has in himself. It's written all over his body language.
Right side, Edwards. Pass to Mikan. Excellent D there from Reed. Here's Towns. Oh, that doesn't go on the chance to tie. Brooklyn with the ball. Here's Pippen. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to be on Karl Anthony Towns. It's his first trip to the line. Good on both. 20 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Las Vegas trails by 4. Here's Wade. Towns, left side. Thomas with a steal. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Brooklyn out in front, up 4. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. From deep, here's Doncic. Joel Embiid with the board. Brooklyn leading by 4. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Screen by Robinson. From deep, Mitchell. Brooklyn pulls it in. Right side, Gilgeous-Alexander.
Let's remember, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 6'6", so getting on the interior is not a problem.
Brooklyn shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. That's also good, so he hits both free throws. And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for Las Vegas. They trail by 9. Pass to Hill. Back to Doncic. Lets it go from deep. Doncic, count it!
Boy, the deep ball from Luka Doncic. This guy does not lack for confidence.
And here's Embiid. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot clock at 6. From 20 feet. Zion Williamson grabs the miss. Las Vegas trails by 6. And there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul of the game. Timeout called, Brooklyn. First minute and a half of basketball played here in the third quarter. Tries the spin move. Here's Williamson. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Zion Williamson seems intent on silencing all the doubters moving forward for him.
Yeah, B.A., he's not taking any more questions about conditioning. His physicality and play really answered that question now. He has been looking better than ever.
Just over a minute and a half played in the third. Doncic with it. He's got 6. And it's Mikan with a rebound.
Boy, in that close, he's almost automatic. Boy, that's pretty good defense. Wow.
On the wing, Irving. He's got 6. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Irving. Las Vegas trails by 4. Here's Doncic. Oh, Doncic hammers one home.
How about the finish from Luka Doncic? My goodness, go ahead with the hammer.
Doris, you talk about a guy who forces you to play at his pace. That's Luka Doncic.
Oh, my goodness, B.A., there's no question. He's got tremendous patience. He's in complete command of the tempo of the game. But maybe my favorite aspect is how he manipulates the game to get defenders off balance.
And he'll take a trip to the line for two. Clearly got fouled on that shot.
One thing that impresses you about LaMelo, the way he reads defenses and makes the game easier for everyone around him.
And given LaMelo Ball is 6'7", how does this give him an advantage in his position, Greg?
Well, B.A., he's able to score on smaller guards, as well as see over them and find his teammates. His height and quick decision-making are real weapons.
Here's Doncic. Kicks it out to Williamson. Floats one. Zion inside. Man, he's just built for that.
A monster down low. Zion is scary.
An open look for Irving. Here's Gilmore. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And when the game is this close, you have to go all out.
He certainly understands his role, huh? When the shot goes up, just crashes the offensive glass.
And that's so demoralizing to your opponent. To play great defense and have the possession end that way, that's tough to take.
And Greg Popovich has called timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Lays it up and banks it in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 6.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Ball right side. Pass to George. 5 on the clock. Irving for 3. Embiid with it. The 3 is up. Embiid drawing the double team. Now here's Ball. The three-pointer off the mark. Now here's George. Robinson on the wing. Back to George for the lead. And we've just finished the third quarter. What a tight game we've got going. Brooklyn out in front, leading by a point. And we'll be back with you shortly. And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Now Edwards. Pass to Duncan. Fires for 3. Hits a three-pointer. Duncan's got his first 3 points of the game.
That's a clutch shot by a big-time shooter. And where's the D?
Here's Duncan. George outside. Screen by Robinson. Takes the 3. The rebound by Duncan. Brooklyn leading by 4. Edwards looking for an opening. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Fires it. Kicks it to George. Here's Edwards. No good. Ooh, solid D from Leonard. And it's Las Vegas with the ball. They get the rebound. Duncan. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. It's going to go on Paul George. Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for Brooklyn.
Their offensive game plan has been simple. Look to shoot it often from outside the arc. And the results? have been outstanding.
The other thing for this team today, they have a bunch of second chance points. They're turning misses into makes.
Both teams will make substitutions. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, well during the last break, I heard Mike D'Antoni as he talked with the team. He told them, no time to celebrate. The work is not finished. We got to stick with it and keep growing what we've got here. Words of wisdom for his squad. Back to you.
And Allie, thanks. The first free throw is good. And so he hits both. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Irving is doubled. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Thomas outside. And here is Irving. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Deflected. And they're able to recover. O'Neal misses. Doncic left side. And there's the whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Final quarter here, and we're just over a minute and a half through it. Pass to Curry to tie it up. Here's Duncan. Out to Leonard. Leonard! A threat from deep.
That's one of those clutch shots he's known for. When the pressure is high, he seems to be the most locked in.
That shot is good by O'Neal. Neither team able to build the lead and sustain it.
After 6 lead changes, it feels like it could come down to one big play. Leonard doesn't shy away from these moments, embracing his role as a leader for his team.
Irving looking around. Let's go with a 3. Connects from downtown.
Yeah, that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Well, you've got to earn trust and equity by making shots. Nice delivery there.
Down low. Here's Embiid. Got a hand on it. Inside. And it's blocked by Irving. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Thomas outside. Back to Irving. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Just 5 on the clock. Lets it go for 14. Fires the 3. Pass to Embiid. Back to O'Neal. Thomas outside. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And he buries it.
Talk about stepping up in a big way.
I'll tell you, it takes confidence to pull the trigger in that situation. You love guys who relish the moment.
And we've got a timeout called by Greg Popovich. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. Brooklyn. Here's Mitchell. .35 seconds left in the game. Towns outside. Again the miss by Las Vegas.
And lockdown defense against one of the best three-point shooters in the league.
Outside Edwards. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the fourth. Offensive rebound. George outside. Three-pointer. That one doesn't drop. So we see Brooklyn get the win here. They played the villain tonight, and they played it well.
Yes, they did. And, you know, you have 2 choices. You can either succumb to the hostility in this arena, or you can feed off of it and use it as motivation. They did the latter.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Doris Burke, and the rest of our 2K team, Greetings, everyone. Welcome to 2K Sports and another exciting edition of NBA Ball. This is Brian Anderson. Joining me, analysts Richard Jefferson and Grant Hill, and reporter Allie LaForce. And Cincinnati has possession. Wembanyama, the open look. Brooklyn pulls it in.
Surprising he didn't bury that, but hey, it happens sometimes.
Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes up from the top of the key. Count the basket.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
And something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kickability.
Yeah, you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
And just about a minute into this first quarter. From deep, Wembanyama. And again, it's Cincinnati with a three.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Now here's George. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. 5 to shoot. The rebound by Duncan. And it's Cincinnati's ball. Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. Here's Wembanyama. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play opportunity. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
At the line for Cincinnati.
Free throw good, Wembanyama.
Honestly, we have never seen someone like Victor Wembanyama, a skilled 7.5-footer. I mean, the way he moves, it's unreal. And you got to defend better than that. I mean, that's a good look for him.
See, this is what analytics don't take into account. Some guys thrive in the mid-range. Really depends on the shooter. It's actually kind of blazing.
There's a minute 59 left to play in the first quarter. Now here's Irving. Let's go with a three. Brooklyn pulls it in. George, right side. Inside. Here's Gilmore. It's good. Set up beautifully by George.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Wembanyama's shot is good.
Yes, shot making, playmaking. Wembanyama can do it all offensively.
First quarter of play, and we're about 3 minutes in.
A monster finish with authority.
And he hangs on the rim for a little extra spice. Here's Pippen. Here's Duncan. Fades away. And it's Irving with a rebound.
And he felt like he needed a little bit more space with the fade to get off a shot, but that might have been what blew him off and made him miss.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
The home team on D. To the inside. Embiid. And he banks in the layup. Embiid's got his second basket of the game.
Look, inside, Embiid just has all the tools for success. The height, the power, and more importantly, the tenacity.
Doncic outside. There's the triple. Gilgeous-Alexander with a rebound. He gets it up. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Brooklyn out in front, leading by 1. And we'll get things started in the second quarter when we... And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Brooklyn.
Well, they're off to a good start, getting it inside and scoring at close range. Solid fundamentals so far in this one.
And following off of what you said, they've really done a good job distributing the ball, passing up good shots for great ones.
Here's Pippen. Fires the 3. Howard grabs the miss.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Doncic outside. Offline with a 3. Here's Thomas. Here he goes. Oh, rejected by Howard. And as it goes out of bounds, Brooklyn able to keep possession.
Number 1. LaMelo Ball.
It's Edwards on the wing. Here's Duncan. The kick out to Edwards. Second shot opportunity. It's stolen. And they're running. Booker for 3. Booker cashing in on the fast break.
Shoots the lights out. Booker has limitless range.
Ball surveys the floor. The 3 ball. They get it again. Pass to Mikan. To the middle. Here's Duncan. Oh, and that one, no question. Powered it down.
Oh, nothing soft about that.
Was not going to be denied. Just took the dunk that was right in front of him.
And that's his MO. Be physical, get in position for the putback, and throw it down. The defense got to know that's what he's looking to do.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Fires the 3. And again, it's Cincinnati with a 3.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the 3. Needs to keep doing this now.
In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Thomas misses. Cincinnati leading by 5. They are looking really strong offensively.
Yeah, just terrific momentum. Let's see if they can keep it up. You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
The 3, Smith. Kicks it to Doncic. Another shot. That won't fall. He's just 2 of 5 in this one. Brooklyn trails by 7. And that's an intentional foul. So both teams changing it up here.
First team foul. Substitution on the court.
And we've got 1:18 left to play in the first half. Edwards with it. Still without a bucket. Duncan, no good. Out left to the wing. From downtown. A nice shot by Duncan.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
Here's Irving. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. And it's a 12-point Cincinnati lead.
They're starting to pull away here as their shots keep falling.
Yeah, the D is looking helpless to stop them right now. They're doing whatever they want to do on offense.
It's obvious they're becoming frustrated. Nothing seems to be going their way.
In a major drought, need to find some sort of momentum.
Down low. And Irving powers it home.
What a smart pass from Wembanyama. Already adept at scanning the floor and finding open teammates.
Brooklyn, no good that time either. Pass to Pippen. Takes a three. O'Neal pulls it in. And so it's Cincinnati up 14 as we wrap up the quarter. They hold a real solid lead right now. Love their approach tonight. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. Brooklyn trails by 14. Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. Pass to Irving. Embiid with it. 6 to shoot. And it's blocked by Irving. Here's Pippen. The shot comes out. Ooh, some solid defense from Gilgeous-Alexander. George outside. Back to Irving. There's the three. They get the rebound. Puts up a three. Drills it from deep. Irving's got 5 now.
Well, if you let him shoot freely, you're going to give up a lot of trays.
And Wembanyama has the ball here for Cincinnati. They've led by as many as 14. Brooklyn pulls it in.
That's just a bucket like you expect him to make.
We talked about Victor Wembanyama, 7'4". Skilled. Did you ever think we'd see a player like him?
Maybe in about 20 years, but we're seeing more and more hybrids. He is just an outlier that we have never seen before. The tallest player in the league and one of the most skilled.
Gilmore grabs the miss. Brooklyn trails by 9. George left side. Pass to Gilmore. That one goes. Count it. 6 points for him.
He's getting after it, but needs some help if they're going to get it done.
.151 left in the third. Wembanyama with the easy 2.
And the offensive skills of Wembanyama are a huge part of his high value, and nice to see him delivering.
Irving for 3. He drops it from range. Irving's got 6 points in the quarter.
They're making smart adjustments, setting guys up for success.
But it took them a little while to get there. Just goes to show as long as you persevere, you'll figure your way out.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You train a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Cincinnati calls timeout. Brooklyn.
Substitution on the court.
1:14 left in the third. Here's Mikan. No made baskets yet. And a missed layup. Cincinnati leading by 9. Now Doncic. Just 5 on the clock. Blocked! Ball outside. To the paint. That shot is good by O'Neal.
If they're going to want to close the gap, they're going to need to start running more sets through him. Let your stars lead the way. Come on.
Oh, Doncic! What do you expect?
Using that change of pace off the dribble, Doncic gets the shots he wants.
Pass to Edwards. A shot from the high post. And the shot goes in.
When the defense gives you room, take it. Don't pass up the shot. And they can run out the clock here. No need to rush it.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Here's Doncic. Driving in. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. It's Cincinnati leading by 8. And right after this, we'll bring you the start of the final quarter right here on 2K Sports. With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store. Cincinnati leading by 8. Pass to Howard. Clock at 6. From the low block. O'Neal pulls it in. Brooklyn trails by 8. Ooh, stolen by Smith. Ooh, the dunk by Smith.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
The 3 is up. Drains the triple. Smith's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Gifted moving the ball. Luka is one of the best passers in the league.
Irving for 3. Smith with the rebound.
Credit to him for trying to get that 3 right back. Missed the shot, but that's a fighter's mentality.
Using his post moves to get the 2 points. Brooklyn trails by 15. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. To halt the run. SGA from distance.
Yeah, total focus from Shea there. Ready to go off the feed.
Cincinnati calls timeout.
Yeah, coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
I'm sure all of the above is in order, and you can never be too content.
To hear from Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, well during the last break I heard Mike D'Antoni as he talked with the team. Despite the lead, coach was stern with the guys, mentioning to the team, do not let up. I've seen some big comebacks in this league and this is not over. An interesting message. BA?
Okay, thanks Allie. Wembanyama with a bucket.
Scouts love this from Wembanyama, a big who can hit smooth 3-point shots.
Pass to Gilmore. With the teardrop. Count that bucket.
Strong performance from him, but he may need to do even more if they're going to win this game.
Here's Pippen. 1:44 left in the game. Now here's Irving. Clock at 4. Shot on the wing, and that one drops for him.
and they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Here's Irving, and it's blocked by Irving. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Irving. If you're just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Pass to Duncan for three. The rebound by Embiid.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Cincinnati leading by 15. And here's Wembanyama. That one's good. 7 for 10 now.
Should just about do it. Big time shot in the final stretches here.
Mark it, time of death. Does that mean we get to officially enter garbage time? I vote hopefully yes.
Launches it. Here's George. And that one's good. Nice job on the glass as they picked up 2 on the second effort.
Yeah, usually not a huge presence on the offensive glass, but George attacks this time.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to go on Paul George. First free throw is good.
At the line for the away team, Julius Irving.
Both free throws good from Irving. Here's Pippen. And it's Cincinnati's ball. They're on a 16-7 run. Knocks down the long J.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
Fires from way outside. Brooklyn pulls it in. Here's Gilmore. Pass to George. Now here's Embiid. That's short off the rim. And so it's Cincinnati winning this one, showing that they're the far superior team. They win it going away.
I'll tell you what, give it up for their fans. They love to watch this team dominate. You best believe they're all going home happy tonight.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
Welcome, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for the latest presentation of our NBA basketball. Good evening, everyone. This is Kevin Harlan, joined by Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony. On our sideline, David Aldridge. Edwards with it. The shot. And it falls over the rim and in.
And the fireworks begin. Should be an amazing show tonight.
Yeah, and it's important to get that first score quickly and establish your game.
And it's Irving missing. Up top, Edwards. Hibbert with the screen. Back to Gobert. Just 5 to shoot. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls it in. Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side. But when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. But people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Now here's Irving. Anthony Edwards unable to get his last shot to go in. Embiid with the bucket.
And talk about effort. Embiid staying with that one.
Takes a step back. Here's Edwards. Anunoby outside. Pass to McDaniels. Hibbert with the screen. Lets it go. A nice shot by McDaniels.
Better to be lucky than good got that shot to fall.
Right side, Irving. And the slam dunk by Irving.
And you love the quick ups, but then how about that explosiveness on the finish? Irving, man, he just has incredible gift.
Edwards, that's good.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Irving drives in. And Dr. J slams it in.
And I'll tell you what, few forwards have ever had that lightning first step of Dr. J. He just takes away the angles of the defense.
Now here's Edwards. He has 5. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. Left side, Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to O'Neal. It's stolen by Gobert. Embiid comes with a double team. A costly foul there. He'll shoot 3 free throws.
Yeah, there was definitely some contact there on the three-point attempt.
It's his first trip to the line. One of the best 3-and-D wings in the league. Well, let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
And he makes all 3.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
On the wing, Irving. Pass to Embiid. Releases. Nice spin off the left rim and in.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Back to Shaq. Plays it up and banks it in. Shaq's got his second basket of the game. We've seen the lead change hands quite a bit in this one.
And guys, I think each team knows they can win this game. Just a matter who can catch that momentum.
Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. It will not find the hoop. It's his third miss. He has made 2. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. It's going to be on Rudy Gobert.
And Gilgeous-Alexander understands how to draw contact, especially when he's looking to score.
Gilgeous-Alexander hits them both. Mitchell looking it over. The 17-footer. And the shot is good, dropping in off the front of the rim.
And he's not going to miss many of those, especially that wide open.
And it is dangerous to let him get it going this early.
A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Brooklyn ahead. They lead by a bucket. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2K Sports. And it's been a pretty even game here after one quarter of play. And from Brooklyn guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Well, they've been aggressive from the beginning, particularly on the offensive end.
Yeah, and that's helped them get the lead. But we'll have to see if they can sustain this offensive output.
Out to the right wing. And Mitchell with a clear path to the hoop. Inside, Hibbert. Good.
And really can't complain about the D there. That's just all Hibbert, keeping his focus and able to convert. It helps that his shot is just about impossible to block.
When Donovan Mitchell, Greg, is on the floor, he is the offense.
Yeah, and that goes beyond just his ridiculous scoring. It gets overlooked that he's also a skilled passer. So one way or another, Mitchell is finding points out there.
Lock at 6. Here's Edwards. Pass to Mikan. Missed it, even after all those chances. Shoots. Misses off the left iron.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the look they want. It's tough work in the mid-range area.
Ball with the bucket.
Good job of stepping up to the plate there, seizing back the momentum for his team.
Yeah, plenty of lead changes in this game. It's gone back and forth.
Pass to McDaniel. With the drive. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Edwards inside. To the middle. It's Thomas, high post. No scoring in this one.
Well, and even though he couldn't get that one to fall, that's a shot they want him taking.
McDaniel, no good. Here's Edwards. And finished off by Edwards.
Yeah, Edwards has some big bounce in his step.
And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Mitchell wide open. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. Right side, Edwards. The shot from the low post is good. Edwards got the lead up to 4 now for Brooklyn.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
Brand outside. Lets the 3 fly. Rebound, Brooklyn.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
For 3, Edwards. McDaniel grabs the miss. And the call will be against LaMelo Ball. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul. Now into the lineup for your home team.
30 seconds left in the first half. Gilmore grabs the miss. Brooklyn leading by 4. Pass to Edwards. Here's Mikan. It's stolen by Edwards. Puts up a deep 3. That shot off. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Brooklyn leads by 4. And we've got more action coming your way after this break. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. So it's Brooklyn now. They lead by 4. Upside Pippen. From deep. Roy Hibbert with the rebound. Edwards with it. He's picked up by Pippen. Edwards cashing in from outside.
Well, you have to be careful with Edwards on the arc because he is completely fearless.
Here's O'Neal. Second shot opportunity. And it's good on the way in. Shaq's got 6.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
Edwards looking it over. A fadeaway. They get it again. Over to the wing. Anunoby outside. The shot by Hibbert. Nobody around. The shot goes down and it gets this game back to even.
Well, so many bigs excel from three-point range these days, and he's right up there with the best of them.
Pass to O'Neal. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Well, sending Shaq to the line here is, on paper, the smart foul. But O'Neal might just make them regret it.
O'Neal hits them both.
Well, you have to appreciate a big man who can step up to the line and knock it down with confidence.
And here's Edwards from the arc. Drains it from beyond the arc. Edwards got 6 here in this quarter.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Outside Edwards. Puts the move on. Driving the lane. And Edwards with the stuff.
Well, when Edwards gets this hot, all an opponent can hope to do is limit the damage.
And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
Here's Roy. Gobert with the block.
And when Gobert is playing with this kind of aggression on that end, there aren't many better at defending.
And finished off by Edwards.
Wow, this is how explosive Edwards can be. He finishes with such force at the rim.
Outside Roy. Pass to Shaq. Back to Roy. And Brandon Roy with the slam.
Man, Roy can fly.
Outside Edwards. .32 seconds left here in the third quarter. Rebound by Pippen. And stolen by Hibbert. And out of bounds as Brooklyn gains possession.
Ball goes to Brooklyn. Checking in for your home team, Elton Brand.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn.
Well, it's a players' league, but certainly coaching has its place.
And this is when a coach earns his paycheck. Analyze the situation and give your players the information they need to succeed.
Both teams will make substitutions. Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Pass to Thomas. Launches a three. Oh, good on that one. Here's Poole. Brand outside. It'll count. No good on the last second attempt there. And we just finished the third quarter, and we've got a tight ball game here. Brooklyn ahead, leading by just one. And coming up as soon as we return from break, the fourth quarter gets... Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And here is Poole. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's foul number 2 for him. And here's Mitchell from the arc. Brooklyn with the rebound. Here's Duncan. Banked in off the glass.
And Duncan just superb when he gets in close to the basket. Has a number of moves to choose from, and that soft, delicate touch near the rim.
Poole with no one around. Screen by McDaniel. 6 to shoot. Robinson for 3. Gilmore grabs the miss. Brooklyn leading by 3. Left side, Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And watch out for SGA going to the basket. He will put it on your head if you're not watching.
Just over a minute played here in the fourth. The 3 from Poole. That one's not going to go.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Offensive rebound. Pass to Gilmore. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. That's on Jaden McDaniels. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Brooklyn.
Well, they've been owning the painted area offensively. I love the intensity they're playing with down there.
And one other thing they have done well has been scoring in transition, looking to run whenever they can.
Both good from the line that time. First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth quarter. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
Pass to McDaniels. Outside Edwards. No good with the triple.
Well, I've been here before. You're looking to get back in the game, but desperation threes are not the way to do it.
Money in the bank. Gilgeous-Alexander is more than happy to try his luck from that spot.
And now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, the head coach of the home team had some words for the team during the break. Now, his tone was pretty serious. He said, you guys need to prove you're in this. No one else can do it for you. Time to pour on the gas. See if that fire gets lit, guys.
All right, thank you, David. Duncan. Great positioning on the putback. And now it's a 12-point Brooklyn lead.
And how about the timing from Duncan on the glass, getting there to collect that offensive rebound and the putback.
For 3, Edwards. That will fall for his 7th bucket, 7 for 15 in this game.
And in getting that 3 to go, he snaps an 11-0 run by Brooklyn.
pass to Anunoby. Now here's Edwards. He's covered by Irving. Just 5 on the clock. Edwards, no good. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for Brooklyn. They've played a great fourth quarter defensive, allowing only 3 points. And he gets the bucket.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
And the basket by Edwards.
Well, I'd say any play with Edwards on the finishing end has a good chance of succeeding.
Basket good.
And it's just competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up. Defensive breakdown there, and they got lucky. He's not going to miss too many of those.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
There's little the 6'10" George Mikan doesn't do on the floor. He does lots of scoring. He hauls in rebounds. Everything you could ask of a big man.
And so he makes both from the line.
And that'll just about do it. Coming through at the line in a big spot.
Has to go Gobert. Fires for 3. The rebound by Paul George.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
17 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over.
Substitution on the court.
And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. This was a very strong showing for him, Greg. Not necessarily a runaway win, but one they'll feel very good about.
And let's face it, anytime you can go on the road and win in the fashion they did, you have to feel good about it. Really an outstanding effort all the way around.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for being with us tonight on 2K Sports. See you next time. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan. With me tonight, Greg Anthony and Richard Jefferson. And reporting from the sidelines all game long, we've got David Aldridge. Robertson with it. Embiid in the corner. And out of bounds as Brooklyn gains possession.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them. And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
And even without that three-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
And that one's good, Irving.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Now here's Booker from past the arc. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket.
And you got to appreciate how competitive this kid is. Just coming right back at you with a triple of his own.
Shaq with the screen. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. No dice from the high post. Pass to Robertson. Here's Booker. Gilgeous-Alexander covering. Booker outside. 4 on the shot clock. For the 3. O'Neal with the rebound. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Tumbo grabs the board. Pass to Robertson. Back to Mutombo. That's in, coming off the assist from Robertson.
And that is why they call him Mount Mutombo, chiseled like a rock.
And there's the call on Devin Booker. That is his first foul of the game. It's stolen by Mutombo. Pass to Booker. Now here's Mutombo. Embiid the screen. Tries again. Shot clock at 3. Buries it from three-point range.
You must respect Embiid's range as a defender. He'll make you pay every chance he gets.
Irving for 3. .127 left in the first quarter. Robertson drives in. Booker with no one around. And the 3 ball is good. Booker's got 6 points.
And I love the confidence Booker has. He didn't even stop to think before letting that one go.
Here's Irving. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Brooklyn shooting their first free throws of the game. He misses the free throw.
A great athlete and an even better human being. It's easy to love Julius Irving. What he brings to this team and also what he brings to the community.
Now here is George. There's the drive. And it's sent back by George.
And the timing from George there on the rejection, using his long reach to turn away the shot.
Embiid from outside. Rebounded by Dikembe Mutombo.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can count on him to continue missing.
And it's Shaquille O'Neal with the foul. That's his first foul.
Timeout, timeout.
Now a timeout called by Brooklyn.
Sorry.
trying to find some answers offensively.
Yeah, they need to regroup and maybe try and draw something up that can get them a clean look at the basket.
Both teams deciding to change it up.
Substitution on the court.
There's 31 seconds left in the first quarter. And here's Harden. Pass to Jokic. Kicks it out to Harden. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic.
This is Harden's mindset. Consistent at attacking and looking to shoot off the catch.
12 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Jokic a screen. Launches it. Harden can't hit. And that concludes the first quarter of play. The Grizzlies, they lead by 7. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2K Sports. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. Guys, what's your take on the home team so far?
Just a terrific first quarter, sparked really by their unselfishness.
They're playing for one another and focusing on making winning plays. You love to see it.
Pass to Gilmore. From deep, Thomas. The rebound by Worthy.
Just enough coverage to bother that three-point attempt.
And here's Harden for 3. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Thomas. Gilgeous-Alexander deciding where to go with it. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side, but when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media, but people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Harden outside. Jokic a screen. Fires for 3. Hangs. And Jokic will just torch you inside.
Oh, you got to put a body on Jokic or he'll torch you on the offensive glass.
He gives up a bit of size at the center position, but his leaping ability, well, let's just say that makes up for it.
Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Harden outside. It's Jokic top of the key. 6 to shoot. Bruising basketball from Jokic.
Just so physical inside. Even with contact, Jokic able to fight through.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Oh, forget about going for the long-range bomb to cut into that lead. Just take it to the hoop, my friend.
And how? Brilliant throwdown. And stolen by Thomas. And here we go. Brooklyn fast break. Here's Mikan. The dunk and the foul. A powerhouse move. And he's got a chance for one more at the line. That one on Gilgeous-Alexander. Brooklyn shooting their 3rd free throw attempt of the game.
There's little the 6'10" George Mikan doesn't do on the floor. He does lots of scoring. He hauls in rebounds. Everything you could ask of a big man.
And that's when they say you can't teach tall. This is where size helps you, owning those rebounds on the defensive end.
And here's Edwards from the arc. Mikan's shot is good. Mikan's got 10 points in the quarter.
Yeah, it's such a sweet three-point stroke there, and it can really open things up inside because as good as he shoots it, it forces the opposing bigs to have to step out on the perimeter.
Releases, and he didn't get quite enough under that one. Brooklyn with the ball. They've outscored him 10 points to 2 during this run. .114 left in the first half of basketball. Gilgeous-Alexander with the rebound. Martin outside. Pass to Robinson. And stolen by Thomas. Outside Pippen. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket.
Not the shot I expected him to take or make, but hey, look, joke's on me. He hit it.
Jokic a screen. A shot by Harden, wide open. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
Not sure why he keeps trying his luck from deep here. It's just not his night. And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatics.
Oh, come on. He had to go for that, didn't he? My goodness.
And surgical around the hoop. Robinson forces your hand as the defender.
It's his first trip to the line.
2 shots.
And that one falls for Robinson.
Yeah, and Robinson is a franchise-defining talent, a chiseled, powerful center, a remarkable leader.
Robinson hits them both.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
To the left side wing. Here's Mikan. Outside for Pippen. There's Thomas with the three. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. The Memphis Grizzlies up 1. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. Brooklyn trailing. Ball feeling it out a bit. Pass to Embiid. A 3-ball. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. With the league 65-game rule, Joel Embiid might have trouble making another All-NBA team.
Yeah, he's only reached that 65-game mark twice in his career. But he's still a lock to make the Hall of Fame, Kevin, because of how dominant he is when he plays. And look, he's already got an MVP.
Here's Robertson. Embiid, no good. And so it's Brooklyn with it. On the wing, Irving. Out left to the wing. Deep 2 from Ball. From out on the wing, he knocks it down. Ball's got the first basket of the third quarter for Brooklyn. Now here's Robertson. O'Neal with the defensive effort. Right side, Irving. Another one falls for Brooklyn. Here's Robertson. Scoreless thus far. They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
20 feet out. Good on the jump shot. Just over a minute and a half played here in the third. Pass to O'Neal. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. Outside, Ball. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Basket counts. Ball's got his second basket of the game.
Oh, nimble inside play there from Ball. Finding ways to work around the defense and score.
Robertson drives in.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
No doubt. That's the kind of play that can energize the whole team, and they will take it in a close game like this.
Left side, O'Neal. And Shaq with the slam.
This is Shaq at his best, getting that deep position and then just muscling through.
Mutombo sets a screen. Good chance here for Booker. The rebound by Paul George. Brooklyn leading by 3. Embiid running the floor.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And all of a sudden, that man was just on the other end. Wow.
Outside, George. Pass to Booker. Launches a 3. Brooklyn with the rebound.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Screen by O'Neal. To the middle. Over Embiid. That one off the back iron and out.
How about that hard-nosed D in the paint right there? Nice job.
Yeah, he's got great position, and it makes it a really tough shot, even from such close range.
The rebound by Paul George. One-on-one fast break. Poked away. Outside Irving. There's Ball with the 3. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. And that's going to do it for the third quarter. Brooklyn leads by 5. And we'll have the start of the fourth quarter for you. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Now Ball. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. That one on Gilgeous-Alexander.
I tell you what, it's scary when you think about how much room Ball has to grow, when you factor in how efficient he is already.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for Brooklyn. It's a 3-point game. Tipped away. And it's sent back by Jokic.
And putting that reach to work, Jokic just erasing that shot attempt.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Mikan. Blocked again.
And look at Tatum turning up the defensive intensity, outworking the shooter.
Ball feeling it out a bit. And Ball slams it in.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
No doubt. That's the kind of play that can energize the whole team, and they will take it in a close game like this.
Edwards. Over to the wing. Shot clock at 6. Here's Gilmore. Banked in off the glass.
And showing he can make plays for others. Edwards moving it with conviction.
The drive-by Ball. And he banks in the layup.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck
here in the final period.
And watch out for SGA going to the basket. He will put it on your head if you're not watching.
Williamson, the screen. Inside. Kicks it out to Booker. To the paint. It's Edwards on the wing. Pass to Mikan. Zion Williamson grabs the miss. .146 left to play here in the fourth. Out to the right wing. Right side, Ball. Drives to the hoop. And that one drops.
Aggressive slash right there by Ball, showing no fear attacking the rim.
And here's Brooklyn. They lead by 1. Edwards with it. Just his first attempt. Jokic grabs the miss.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good look. And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. Both teams will make substitutions. With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Well, guys, over that last break, I listened to Mike D'Antoni talk to his team. You wouldn't know they were down from what he was talking about. He was positive with the team. He was calm. He said he wanted to keep them focused. It's a pretty good approach, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, David. Harden outside. Embiid the screen. It's hauled in by Duncan. Brooklyn with the ball. It's a one-point game. Pippen outside. Duncan outside. They foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
Man, it took forever for them to commit that foul. I don't know why they didn't do it right away. Those are precious seconds.
And they go to the intentional foul.
Yeah, you know what? Smart foul. You got to try and extend the game.
First free throw is good, and that will put them up by 2. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 3-point game.
Big-time free throws there. That could be the difference. It forces them now into a 3-point attempt.
And now we've got the intentional foul. And that hurts as he doesn't get the first one to fall. Trying to focus now on the second. And the second of 2 is good. That gives them a 4-point cushion. And so it's Brooklyn who scrapes by with the win. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for him, Greg. They really had